Okay, we'll call this meeting to order at 10:04, and this is a special council meeting here December 1st. And I'm looking for any declaration of special interest or general nature thereof. And if you have an interest, can you declare it now? Seeing none, I'll move on to staff reports. So somebody's got their volume up on there. I'm getting some feedback at the top of the table. Is anybody, just put your volume down, because what's happening is that the volume that's being projected through the live stream is coming out through your, there. I think it might work. Somebody put it down. Okay. So number 3 on the agenda is staff reports. We are going to hear a verbal update from the fire services review and community risk assessment. So if you'd like to come to the podium to give that. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Good morning. So just wanted to give a verbal update of where we're at with our fire service review. Following feedback from Committee of Whole in November, staff have met with EMT to discuss the fire master plan and where we stand with the pieces of that. Those 3 sections were the community risk assessment, fire master plan, the service review and modernization of that, as well as the training center analysis, as you know. Generally, there was no comment on the community risk assessment, which was legislative requirement for 2021. Basically, our main objective is to work on the recommendations, report and the recommendations of the fire master plan and the training center. So the fire master plan was broken down at a very much higher level than the last one. They broke it down into 12 recommendations versus the last one was about 42. So they did it a little higher level so that we can take it as chiefs and break that down further and go through that on an ongoing basis and use that over our next 10 years to implement all those recommendations and plans. We're also working on the following. We're preparing 3 operating models for the training center. What we're looking at is 3 options for council to consider, from full closure to expanding a much more robust training sessions using certain health and safety community groups and businesses to come in, and we can use that to enhance our operations there. I've spoke to a couple of companies that take care of a lot of public works training, and they're willing to come in and do some road service training for the public works sector, as well as they'd like to use our area so they can do some heavy equipment digging and use that for their training as our training center, as a training center for that. So we're also looking at with that how we train our firefighters if we close that center. And we're looking at the costs related to that as well. We're looking at the analysis of Station 2, basically the state of the facility, the operations that we run out of that, our staffing and et cetera, which falls in line with our tanker shuttle accreditation that we've had extended into June before we have to kind of look at that again. So we're covered until June on that. So we're breaking all that down as well. The last thing we're looking at is a fire service organizational review with particular attention to fire prevention, which was highlighted in the review. Of the 12 recommendations, 5 of those recommendations were to do with fire prevention. So we're trying to break all that out. So what we'd like to do is, when we have that, and I'm talking with the CAO and the clerk to set up a time prior to a council meeting, to have a special council meeting, to have EMT come in and go over where they're at with the report, and we'll provide a lot more information when it comes to that, and it'll be a good chance for some question and answer on that. And then after that, staff will be prepared to bring an updated report to council for that. So we've been able to get an extension to March 31st with that report, so we're still able to get that all in and get our money for modernization. So that's where we're at. Any questions?
Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, well, thank you, and we'll move on with our agenda. So the next item on the agenda is the 2021 budget. And I know that we eagerly anticipate this day every year. It's the most fun day. It's like Christmas for the township. I'm just trying to bring some levity to the situation, but I did want to say a few words before we get into the budgeting process to let everyone know where we are at more on a high level rather than just on an annual level. So as we approach our 2-year anniversary of being sworn in as council for the Township of Leeds and the Thousand Islands, I wanted to take a moment and reflect on what we have faced and, more importantly, what we have accomplished. When we began our it's okay. Are we off? We're good? I think we're good. Okay. So that's okay. When we began our term, we found our financial house in disarray. And I say this not to critique those who are here and working diligently to keep everything stitched together, but to underscore our lack of staffing that made it difficult at best to see whether or not we were on track to a solid financial future. We were running a $26 million corporation, approximately, with a part-time treasurer. That is the case no more. Under the guidance and patience of Kate Tyndall, along with the whole finance department, we are getting much tighter grip on our day-to-day as well as our long-term planning. We still have a ways to go when it comes to asset management to weave it into our daily lives, but I have no doubt that it will become second nature to all staff as training and implementation continues. Our new Director of Operations, Dave Halliday, gives me great hope when it comes to managing our roads, facilities, and planning to meet these needs on a long-term basis. Only 3 weeks in, and we already know that we are going to see positive changes throughout this department. We sincerely appreciate our public works staff, both roads and waste sites, who saw a huge need early in this pandemic. And our people worked extra hard to keep the business of the township moving on the main and the back roads. The planning department has seen a definite increase in building since COVID, both permitted and not. And we have an increased coverage in our building inspections, as well as proactively addressing property standards. Marnie's background in development will serve us well, as we have many new interested parties looking to build and develop in our area. And our acting clerk, Kim Westgate, who stepped into the role seamlessly and made my role easier to be prepared. She also helps our senior management team stay organized to ensure we keep our projects moving and on the agenda. Kim Goodman, our Director of Community and Business Services, has been an enthusiastic part of the senior management team and also quarterback regarding COVID and the township's involvement in testing centers. She and her team have been engaging local businesses and doing great work with Digital Main Street. And then we have our CAO, Steve Donachie. He arrived in the middle of COVID. April 14th, he stepped into our world and he dove in without hesitation to the job. He has shown commitment to the CAO's position that we have not seen here in a decade. He recognizes the strength in his team and all the members. And I'm very grateful for one, that he is our coach. So to sum this up, we've seen 100% change in our senior management team since the election in 2018. Some might say this is crazy, but I believe that our team came together at the right time. I know that we have faced criticism, but I would stand this team up against any other municipal group across the province. We have the talent, we have the foresight, and with our management team, we will be able to finish the second half of our term on very solid footing. 2020 will be a year that none of us will forget. The COVID pandemic has proven a long-lasting challenge, and I'm very proud to say that we met it head on. We acted quickly this spring and made tough decisions about spending and staffing. These were difficult decisions that gratefully made a significant difference to our bottom line. Losing approximately $1.5 million funding from the casino required us to pivot and make choices about projects. Thankfully, we had also made a difficult decision last year to adjust taxes to make up for declining reserve funds, plus address inflation that was missed for the last 10 years. Had we not made that difficult decision last year, this year's budget would have been a very grim task indeed. I want to take this opportunity to highlight what we have accomplished in our short period of time. And this is not a comprehensive list, but just some big highlights. We've had major bridge replacements and road work totaling over $5 million in 2 years. We've secured almost $250,000 in grants from provincial and federal governments. We've reviewed and renegotiated contracts that are either outdated and in need of a refresh. We have a broadband initiative that will, with no doubt in my mind, provide a legacy that almost all taxpayers will have better access to these services within our township. We've distributed over $120,000 in community grants in 2 years. We've completed a water wastewater study for Lansdowne that verifies the ability to support future development. New businesses are locating here and new building is on the horizon. This coming year, we will undertake a strategic planning exercise that will focus on the basic services residents expect while engaging with our community in some of the value-add services that make our township a great place to live, work, and play. This was postponed because of the pandemic and our inability to engage the public during the time of crisis. This engagement is crucial to a strong strategic vision as well as the ability to implement. Also, community improvement plans will be developed for our villages, as we know the villages are the centers of business and cultural, recreational, and volunteer activity. They make us who we are. Our 2021 approach to business services and economic development will focus on taking care of our businesses, our mostly small entrepreneurial-based enterprises from tourism, farming, to micro manufacturing. We will work directly with these businesses in the local chambers of commerce and with our other regional partners to advance the economic health of our township. And this also reminds me, our local businesses have been there for us during this crisis. Let's be there for them. Shop local and shop safe. We are going to continue to review our current bylaws and revamp where required. All staff have been encouraged to bring forward things that need tending, and with the management team we have in place, we certainly can get these issues addressed and move on with day-to-day business. Our residents can take pride in where they live, and if I may say so, how their government behaves in their service. If you haven't noticed already, I make this speech with great pride. Our team, both in staff and council, know their roles, and we are executing with excellence. We are on the mend, and despite the COVID pandemic, we are in good shape to meet our future. Thank you to each and every one of you for your efforts. They do not go unnoticed. Thank you. So I felt it very important that we review that before we go into our budgeting, because I know that this will be somewhat difficult just because we do have to face this without the 1.5 million that we have counted on for in excess of 18 years. So this is a different budgeting scenario altogether, but Kate Tyndall and her staff have put forward a very reasonable budget, and we look forward to hearing the high-level notes and have the ability to question. Thank you, Kate.
Morning. So as the mayor was just discussing, it was a very difficult budget this year, unfortunately, because of COVID and the loss in casino revenue. We've put a very conservative budget together. So I'm gonna do a bit of an overview, go through some of the operating budget highlights. Each department head's gonna come up and do a bit of a summary for their departments. Then we're gonna have library present their budget, and then I'll come back and do capital and funding at the end. This doesn't like me. So this is just a really high level snapshot of the budget for 2021. So we're actually coming in about $1 million under where our 2020 gross budget was. So the total revenue and total expenses are down to about 14 million compared to with 15 million last year. Unfortunately, because of the loss of revenue that we're estimating, mainly from the casino, our levy requirement is going up. So we do require more tax levy to cover our operating expenses. It's going up about $540,000. Our assessment has actually gone down 1%. There is no phase in, there is no reassessment this year. So we're basically carrying forward with the assessment value we had, which is actually from 2016, January 1st, 2016, which then got phased in over 4 years because Municipal Property Assessment Corporation has delayed the reassessment that would have normally taken place, and we would be phasing in this year that's been deferred. So our assessment is basically remaining consistent and gone down a little tiny bit, which I'll talk a bit about further in the slides. So the township portion of the tax rate, as we proposed, is going up 6.7%. But with the overall tax rate going up 3% and with the assumption that the county and education portions remain the same. So our overall tax rate, we actually only get to keep about 46% of what we charge in taxes. The other portions go, obviously, we have to remit back to the county and the education to the school boards. On page 5 of the budget binder, you'll see that I actually did include some scenarios. The first scenario being where the county and education rates remain the same. So our rate going up 6.7%, the overall being 3%. Scenario 2, if the county increases 1%, the overall tax increase would be 3.4%. And then scenario 3, if the county were to increase 1.5%, the overall tax rate would be 3.6. So obviously these are all just estimates based on guesses where the county might go. The education rate, we have heard that the commercial education rate is supposed to go down because of COVID. There's been some communication that the government's looking at lowering that to give small businesses a break, but that's just for certain commercial small business classes. So that won't affect the residential customer as far as I know. Again, it hasn't actually come out yet in legislation or anything, but that's what we've seen on the commercial side. For some small businesses, they may actually see a tax break. When we're looking at our average residential customer with an average assessment, the same that we looked at last year, so 196,000. The taxes with scenario 1, so assuming that our rate goes up 6.7 and the other two portions remain the same, then we are looking at these numbers. So it's about a $55 increase to the taxes, and that works out to about $4.64 a month for which is our increase on our portion. So these are all the 2020 property tax rates. So this year's tax rates, right now, we are the lowest in the county. If we were to take the increase that we're looking at proposing for 2021 and compare them with all of these rates, we would move up above Athens. So we would be second lowest. We would still be lower than all the other lower tiers at the 2020 tax rates compared with our 2021 proposed tax rate. So we are definitely low compared with our peers in the county. Some of the highlights, which hopefully were explained well in the binder, but so the gross budget, like I mentioned, we're down $1 million. However, we did have to increase the tax levy because of the loss in casino revenue. Really don't have any idea what that casino revenue might look like in 2021. So dependent on COVID and what happens with restrictions, whether they're even open, and if they are open, at what capacity, and if depending on the capacity they're open, how much revenue they're actually generating, which will then depend if they're able to flow any of that revenue to the township. So we've budgeted $100,000 in revenue compared with 1.5 million we budgeted in 2020. So staff did do a lot of cuts in our budget. So we tried to cut everywhere we could, including training, mileage, anything that was discretionary, anywhere where we could possibly cut, we have cut. We cut the contingency budget, community grants. We've cut that program from 2021 budget in light of COVID. And we are seeing some cost increases. Insurance went up between 15 to 20% in across the township, which is across actually Ontario. That's not unique to our township. And speaking with the other treasurers at the other lower tiers, we're all seeing significant increases in insurance costs. So MPP and software costs, obviously, those are other pressure points we're seeing. Software costs are increasing partly because of using more electronic means like Zoom meetings and so on. And then also with the implementation of our asset management software, that is incurring some additional costs as we move forward. So just looking at an overall budget, our salary and wage budget, we have frozen our salaries. So all non-union and management salaries have been frozen with no projection for any increase in 2021 because of the tight budget constraints we're working within. So you can see, I think the budget for salary and benefits went up about $20,000. That was due to basically because our benefit costs still increase, even though our salaries remain the same. So the transfer to reserve funds took the biggest hit. We've decreased those transfers significantly to try to come into a reasonable budget with with a 6.7% increase. Most of the other budgets are fairly in line with previous year. We have been working on trying to audit our phone and internet connections and some of those things that in the past maybe weren't looked at as closely. That's an ongoing project. So we have canceled a number of those lines and bills as we've been able to determine what they're for and if they're needed. The other expense budget line, which is significant, it includes $1.8 million in police costs, which is actually a bit the same as the prior year. So we aren't seeing a big increase there, but it is certainly a significant portion of our budget. Also included in the other is the Cataraqui Conservation Authority. The casino tax revenue that we collect, we pay half of that to the Gananoque. That's included in that other line, as well as recycling, library services, and arena costs that we share with GAN as well. So there's a number of things that get caught in that other category that are significant to our budget. On page 9 of the budget binder, we did include some options just to try to give you an idea if we're looking at changes to the budget, what that actually looks like for the tax rate. So if we were to decrease our levy by 100,000, we're basically dropping the overall percent from 3 to 2.6 if the other two portions of the rate remain the same. So just to give council an idea of what those impacts are, at this point, it's pretty hard for staff to come back and make cuts other than to transfers to reserve funds, or we'd have to be looking at actually reducing service levels in one area or another to try and make some more significant cuts. I feel like we talk about asset management a lot, but here's another slide because we are ongoing on the work we're doing with asset management. I'm looking forward to working with the new director of operations as we move forward with the project. We have a lot of work left to do. We're trying to incorporate some of the studies we've been working on this year into our asset management data. We have a number of tasks left to try to meet compliance for the legislation that comes into force next July. And so it's still going to be very much a team effort where we're going to be required to work with departments across the organization, streamlining our business processes and automating where we can so that we're capturing all that asset data in this central repository that then will help us make better decisions going forward and provide better data for council to base their decisions on when it comes to capital planning and financial planning. So looking forward to bringing more of that information, hopefully next year and definitely by next budget season. Another significant cost that we're looking at for the township is the casino has currently appealed their assessment. So this is a summary of the potential loss in revenue, which is basically a write-off that we'd be looking at making. I really can't even tell you for sure the timing. This has been ongoing for years. I'm not sure if Jackie, you remember when this started or 2016. So yeah, it's been going on for several years. So one of the more recent meetings that were held, I think, was in this late summer, the fall. We have a lawyer that acts on our behalf through the county, and there was talk of this estimated assessment value of $59 million. So it's by no means been settled, but this is basically a new best estimate of where we might end up. And so based on that estimate, we're looking at a $408,000 write-off in taxes. We have been putting money aside in the tax stabilization reserve fund. At the end of 2021, that will be estimated to be about $132,000, so quite a bit short of this write-off, but I am hoping that this year we will be able to set some more money aside in the 2020 budget for this write-off. We have been very diligent in cutting costs, reducing our costs this year. So if we can transfer some money this year, we definitely will be doing that before year end, and we will be coming to council with a report to that effect. This is on about page 22 of your budget binder. So one-time expenses, these expenses are all not impacting the levy. These are being funded by reserve funds. You'll see if a couple of them are being funded by modernization funding, and that's what we've proposed in the budget. And the related reserve funds, and those reserve fund models, you should be able to tie those projects if you're interested in the back of your binder in the reserve fund section. Those will all be listed within those specific reserve funds as withdrawals coming out to fund those in 2021. And if anybody has any questions on those projects, the applicable department heads can answer any questions that you might have.
I'll just stop you there just in case there's anything that is glaring before we go any further in the budget presentation. Are there any discussion or questions in regards to the plans and studies for 2021? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Olkey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. The fact that we're lower tier government and we have other governments looming over us, and I understand that it would be speculative, but do you have any indication at all what county might do? And is there anything in the offing from the provincial government to provide more local support to us? Thank you.
Through your worship. So the only comment that I heard from the county treasurer was that they were seeing increased cost pressures in, I think it was childcare and POA, so provincial offenses. But she didn't at that point, this was, I think, probably about a month ago now or two, she didn't actually have any indication exactly what their budget was going to look like. So unfortunately, I don't have a good sense for the provincial government or other levels of government in terms of our tier. We have applied for phase 2 of COVID funding. I have not heard anything back on that, unfortunately, and I think they were supposed to let us know, or they were hoping to let the applications know before the end of the year, so we would have an idea how it would impact our year end. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if you know any more about.
I can maybe give you a bit of an idea. So the county at this point has not given any indication that they are raising taxes. Having said that, I can't say for sure. I think it's been very clear by a number of councillors at the county council table that there's been significant funds given to county through provincial and federal funding grants through COVID that have, I don't want to say made them whole, but helped address some of the additional costs like PPE for EMS and the emergency. They had I want to say that there was a $1 million grant given to childcare, emergency childcare, and additional help for community services. So my hope is that they stick to a 0% increase. I can't say for 100% certainty that will happen, but I know that myself and a number of my colleagues will be fighting for that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on now with the departmental summaries, and I'm going to go through the first couple, and then we'll be passing along here to the different department heads to present for each of the departments. Taxation and non-departmental is fairly straightforward. Again, the biggest change here is in the casino revenue, and then the taxation, the top line, the township, that's basically the change in the levy requirement that we talked about earlier. Non-departmental includes other funding we get from the government. So Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, federal gas tax funding flows through that department and then goes to reserve funds, which is what we require to do under FIR reporting. So again, the biggest hit then for the offset for the loss in casino revenue was our transfer to reserve funds within that casino department. We can see in 2020, we've budgeted 2.4 million. 2021, that budget's down to 1.6 million. So again, the impact of those transfers and the reserve fund projections you can see in those spreadsheets that are included in the budget binder and at the back under the reserve fund tab. I think overall, considering the loss in casino revenue and the reduction in these transfers, we've also been pretty conservative on our capital budget requests, and the amount that we deferred this year was about 715,000. Luckily, the reserve fund models still show us maintaining somewhat consistent levels in our discretionary reserve funds. However, as capital requirements increase and we look at what we're going to need to do for the next few years, we probably going to need to start looking at borrowing. We're lucky at this point. We only have one loan. That's unusual, probably for a municipality our size. The interest rates are low. Borrowing to fund some of the larger capital projects would probably be prudent, and where we want to maintain some money in the reserve funds, and then some bigger projects we want to look at borrowing. It's pretty similar really to how you might manage your finances at home. It doesn't necessarily make sense to use all your savings to pay for big purchases. Sometimes it makes sense to borrow, especially if it is a low interest and if it gets against an asset over the useful life of that assets. And some of that thought process also looks to borrowing if we're going to rehabilitate or reconstruct a road, and then we're charging the cost of the use of that road over the life of the asset against those people that are using the road. So there is some logic behind that, and probably some good financial strategy would help us when we start to look at the asset management numbers and look at when we might make sense for us to start borrowing. This is the council budget, which again, it's very similar to last year. The decrease here was again in training, mileage, those type of expenses, which we don't anticipate council doing as much traveling either. Same with staff. This is our corporate services budget, which includes, as you can see, a wide variety of different expenses. So overall, corporate services, we've gone up about $36,000. There's a number of different changes or variances within this budget. So our contingent within CAO clerk HR, we decreased a number of items, which you can see that budget is reduced by quite a bit. So the contingency budget's been decreased by 75,000. Again, training, staff events, consultants, mileage, all of those types of expenses where we could cut those back. We have on the finance IT side, we've seen some pressure under our revenue. So our penalty and interest revenue on taxes has been cut based on actuals over the last couple of years. So I think that revenue line was maybe a little overinflated in terms of estimates for the last couple of years, because what we've actually been seeing in revenue has been a lot lower. So we've cut that. Software is a budget increase this year. Again, actually Kim Westgate and I have been working trying to compile all the software costs across the organization into one department so we can manage them more effectively. So again, trying to get a handle on those costs and budget for them effectively. And with asset management software, that number has increased, as well as some other initiatives we're working with our IT consultant on. So ensuring security and stabilization of our IT infrastructure is obviously critical as people have been working from home more, and we need that security and infrastructure in place. So those are the main variances we looked at. The municipal building and garage is within corporate services as we see it as a corporate asset. And there is an increase there, and that's mainly due to some reallocation of staffing. Some facility maintenance person that was previously a position that was previously part-time has now moved to full-time and budgeted in that department. And then I think this slide actually summarizes most of what I just said. And so some of the things that we're going to be working on in this department too is a review of policies, procedures, and basically just trying to make sure everything's up to date and aligned with current best practice. Finance, as we've talked about with council, we are looking to recruit a new deputy treasurer position to help with asset management and the implementation of the software project, so that Jackie can focus more on tax administration and collection. So we've still ongoing in that recruitment process. And I think we've touched on most of the rest of those points as well. So I'm going to turn it over to the fire department now to talk about their budget, unless anybody has any questions on the corporate services budget.
So we'll call the fire services up to the podium to give their part of the presentation.
Good morning, all. Nice to see everyone face to face. Fire services this year have faced some interesting challenges. When we originally started into this COVID problem, we did back off on our purchasing and updating and so on, and we did protect our budget as best we could. With the certified requirements that we have to do, our budget's up, but are being used up. We did reflect a 5.6% increase over the 2020 budget, contributed to a lot of factors that go into that. The fire services are required to certify pretty well anything we touch or use on the fire scenes. Rising insurance costs went up considerably this year, as Kate had mentioned earlier. Some of the fleet are requiring more maintenance at this time because of their age, and they don't get used every day, but they do still deteriorate because of the sitting with a load of water on them. As far as usage, low mileage on most of them, but they do probably a highway tractor would be far easier to maintain than these trucks. Certifications are the big one though. Everything from the ladders, the BAs, our equipment has to be cleaned on a regular basis now, serviced twice a year for inspections and overhaul. It all increases the costs of doing business. Increased recruitment and fire prevention education requirements are a big portion of the increase in the budget. We are taking on more people to try and augment the retirements in the department, as well as bringing our numbers up in the stations, especially Sealy's Bay, in order to keep a certification on that station. We've reduced a lot of our revenues this year because of the pandemic. Of course, our training center was practically out of business this year because we couldn't open the doors. We did manage to get one course in before the COVID, and at any course we put on, we either make 20% on the overall cost of the course as a profit, or we cancel the course. Other factors, the MTO billing, for instance, on 401, drastically reduced. We couldn't believe it. Traffic was down. Highways were practically desolate. There was no traffic going through, and therefore the number of incidents went down. So we had a definite reduction in our reduction in our revenues from that. They did just yesterday indicate that they have gone up. I think it's $8, $485 an hour now from MTO for their incidents. It was $477 last year, so big increase there. Optimism, we're still looking forward to running courses. As of Friday, we just got our notification from the OFM that we will be accepted in all their courses that we put in for. These are the courses that generate big revenue for the training center, and they have guaranteed us that if we carry on and things don't go south again, we will be able to open up the training center, and they will provide courses under strict protocols, up to 20 students per course. That generates good revenue because the OFM pays for the instructors. We just simply have the facility and any overhead costs associated with that. So we do make some pretty good dollars with that. We are optimistic, hoping that 2021 will open the doors, but there's no guarantees. So we're looking at reduced expectations there. The revenues will be impacted. MTO billable incidents something we can't predict. We have no idea what our revenues will be there. Hopefully we can't say hopefully. It's an incident, a fire incident or an accident that causes that. So we have no idea what those projections will be. It's only estimates from previous years. Keeping our budget in line with ever increasing requirements. We've got 4 stations, 84 volunteers, fleet of 18 trucks. It's a big operation to keep going, as well as the facilities as well. We provide a wide range of services to all the area, as well as residents and visitors through the summertime and any other time of year that we have visitors in the area. And we want to provide as safe an environment, a work environment for the firefighters as we possibly can, which is mandated by the province. We're going to be centering more on our expectations for the year coming up as bringing in fire prevention and education to the residents through businesses, trying to get out to the cottage areas is where we find a definite lack of fire safety, smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, campfires, things like that. The cottage country seem to be lacking in that particular area. Keeping the training up, this year we're going to move to a e-learning, online learning. We've got a association with the OFM through Stillwater e-learning platform. It's a cost, but we can still provide training, quality training to our volunteers and all others through e-learning and keep the doors open and everybody ready to hit the road. And all our recruits, I think, are going to benefit from this as well, that the time involved, they can do it at home, a lot of the e-learning stuff, and as well as our training center, we can now market e-learning activities through that as well to associate with some of the courses that will be going on. So it could be a revenue generator, hopefully. But it is a cost and associated with all this as well. They don't give it away for sure. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions for the chief and his team? Go ahead, Councillor Oakey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Chief. I'm always interested in your troops. Can you give me an idea or give us an idea how many recruits you now have and are training, and what does this take your strength from and to? Thank you.
Right. Through you, Your Worship. I guess I'll turn it over to the Deputy Chief. He's been dealing with the recruit program and the training, so I'll let him update you on that one.
So this year we took on 12 recruits. We actually took on 13. One didn't make it through it. So we've got 12 more recruits on now, actively members. We're working into council meeting for December to have you guys give out helmets to the people who have passed through the course. This year was a little different, obviously, because we lost part of our training. So we've had to do a lot of extra training with these guys in station. We've just finished another recruitment drive in which we've got 24 more people. And all things hopefully being equal, we'll be able to fill our 2 northern stations a little more effectively with that, and hopefully looking at trying to move some people around within those stations to keep the numbers up to above the 15 that we're supposed to have. So we're hopeful and optimistic that we can get through all of those pieces.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. Councillor Gorell, you have some questions?
I do, and thank you through you, Your Worship. To the Chief, I guess. Chief, I was just looking at the salaries, and I do realize that there's a note that says fire service salaries and benefits, and then it mentions WSIB premiums. We're looking at a differential of $58,000. Have there been salary increases, or is that WSIB payments for, I see here, for all the volunteers should have been on that and weren't, I'm assuming?
I believe the Director of Finance.
I have another question. How do you determine what a volunteer fire person would have to pay for WSIB, because normally percentage of, is it not a percentage of salaries for a person working in the non-voluntary work situation? So I'm just curious, it just struck me as a large number, but I'm sure there's a good explanation for it. And I did notice that the overall expense is down, or pardon me, up just 52,000 on that budget, which is pretty minuscule. So well done. Thank you. It's just that curiosity about WSIB. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could ask Director of Finance to speak to that one.
Yeah, through your worship. So actually, I might have to defer to Jackie and here who does the payroll, but I think it's based on an estimate through the year, and then she has to true it up at year end when she's actually paid the honorariums through to the volunteers. But it does get trued up. Sorry, yes, and the other part of that increase is due to the fact that previously part of the fire admin salary budget was allocated to emergency preparedness. And this year, we're not allocating any of their budget to emergency preparedness because our acting clerk is actually the CEMC. She's the one that actually does the emergency stuff, not fire.
So really, it's just moving some money accounting around a little bit.
The total salaries hasn't changed. It's
Thank
just
you very
a
much.
reallocation.
Thanks. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Fody, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. The e-training you referred to, is that at the discretion of the person taking the training, or is it a slotted time that they have to key into?
Through you, Your Worship, the e-training would be assigned by the Deputy Chief or the Chief Training Officer, and it would be a course that all firefighters in a certain group, whether they be officer training or firefighter one training, recruit type training, they would be assigned, and it monitors, it gives them heads up that you haven't done your assignment this week, it needs to be done, gets a report back to the office. It's pretty intense, the statistics that come out of it. And we can track it, evaluate it, there's testing, it's all sorts of things, but it is not necessarily specific to each individual, but it is as a group training that can be assigned from the office.
Thank you. So according to your description, it's at the discretion of the person taking the course as to what time they key into it.
That's basically it is. If they have time in the evenings or mornings or break times or whatever, they can do their online stuff.
That's good. I think that flexibility would bode well to help new recruits, those that are holding down jobs and young families. Thank you.
That's the way we've seen it, was basically it may give a little more buy-in, if you will, to the training section.
Any further questions in regards to the fire services budget? Seeing none, we'll release you from your chains at the at the podium.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you. So next, Madam Treasurer, you're going to continue on. Go ahead.
Yes, through you. Sorry. So just a quick slide here on external agencies. The police and CRCA packages are both in the budget binder with more detailed information on what makes up those budgets. As I mentioned earlier, Tara's here. She's going to present library, but we're going to do the rest of our departmental budgets first, and then Tara's going to do the library budget. So if there's any questions on police or CRCA, I can try to answer those now.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just a small detail. We've got CRCA at 161.5, but we have an increase of $3,200.
Right. Sorry, I threw you your on it. So that's the net expense is 161.5. I don't actually have the 2020 budget up there, but that is an increase over the 2020 year. It's just the slide. If you actually look in the budget binder, it'll show you last year's amount is $3,200 less. Does that make sense? So it's your total expense and then the net budget, and they happen to be the same because there's no revenue for those two lines.
If you go to the tab in your budget binder that says CRCA, it'll show even the very first letter that comes from CRCA, which says what the general levy was, and then the increase is there. So they're very, very small numbers that they sent along with their budget. So it's very difficult to read. I struggled myself. In fact, I got out a magnifying glass to do it. But I know that the province is trying to renew, adapt, and change how the conservation authorities are funded and how they're managed. It's in an omnibus bill, which means that it's sort of just getting rammed through with very little consultation with the municipalities. They're going to have to live by that. So the conservation authorities are asking for some further input from the municipalities. Like they're talking about changing how we make appointments to the board, who would be eligible, who wouldn't be. Still requires, council appointment, but really the conservation authorities, depending on how they've been managed over the years, that is part of the challenge and what sort of reserve funds they have. And CRCA is doing a lot more with a lot less. I had a call with them yesterday. They're up 40% in applications right now. So, and they are on reduced staff, and they're struggling very much so to keep up with that. And Katrina was saying that they're trying to train more people right now to address it. But I think that we're going to have challenges going forward, just with the lack of staffing on their end. The good news is they haven't come to us with their handout. It was a 3% increase when we went, 3%. So realistically, that's a very minor increase to the budget. And really they're doing the best they can at this point, but I know there's still a lot of frustration that settles around the Conservation Authority. Go ahead, Councillor Groh.
Thank you. And you bring up an interesting point, and therefore through the year, can we expect with that omnibus bill and Schedule 6 of the Bill 229, can we expect changes this year, or are we locked in for this year? Or do we expect, is it possible that changes, or will that discussion carry on for the entire year, and next year we'll see how does that influence this year's budget?
I don't believe that it would influence this year's budget. And to be perfectly honest, even if they made the changes that they wanted to ram through, I don't think it would actually reduce our overall costs. I think it's based on they're trying to change the management, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And I don't think that anybody is questioning the need for changing the management, but it was the way that it was being rammed, I guess, because in an omnibus bill, it's just like take it all or nothing. There's no debate. There's nothing to be debated in the House or discussed. So anyways, so I think that they're looking at accepting part of it and then having some of it up for discussion. I'll let their CRCA rep bring up the finer points.
One of the issues is that some municipalities appoint private citizens to the conservation authorities, not necessarily a sitting councillor as we do. And that has led to some issues. Another issue that was rather hard for the CRCA people to hear is that there's pushback against conservation authorities, especially from the farming community. The big ticket one is from the construction community, but the farming community has been somewhat victimized in many ways by conservation authorities, or perceived that they have been. And there was pushback at the provincial level that the Conservation Authority wasn't necessarily aware of or oblivious to, and that's why this stuff is surfaced. Okay, I raised that point with them. I put it in front of them. Some of them didn't want to hear it, but there it is.
Thank you for that extra context. Is there any other question in regards to the CRCA budget? So it's going up an increase of $3,200. It just doesn't, that slide is somewhat misleading just because it doesn't have the previous 2020 budget. So that's why it doesn't compute. Any other comments, questions, queries on CRCA? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Sorry, Your Worship, that's strictly on CRCA.
It would include any police, library, externally, any external agency.
The library, I'd like to see why the increase of 19,700. Is that wages? Is it benefits? Is it all the above?
when the library comes to present their budget, you have the slides in front of you, but they come in here shortly after lunch, after departmental. So they'll be in to review that, and we'll be able to ask questions directly of the library board.
That's what I expected, but I didn't want to slip by this opportunity if it was
Fair
the
enough.
one and only. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other questions in regards to external agencies? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next part of the budget. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Yeah, Dave's going to present operations.
Good morning, everybody. So the COVID impacts, I think that everybody has felt it. Operations are no different. There were impacts on the capital and operating budgets. Some projects were deferred, and we were able to maintain our minimum maintenance standards, but obviously there were some challenges this year. Closures to the public, the boat launches, I know that we border on the Thousand Islands, and Parks Canada had some requirements in place for closing the boat ramps, as well as the facilities, which then further down you can see that we in turn had to open them back up again for the public to use, and that had implications as well. Reduction in seasonal staff, and this was something that happened with every municipality. The maintenance and service requirements didn't change. We still had to be in compliance with the service level demands for our parks, our roads, you name it, every service that we provide. And we did it with reduced staff. We also had to increase the cleaning frequency of the facilities, and also looking at the staff, the separation, where we're still currently operating out of two facilities. The cleaning requirements and fleet cleaning requirements are still in place. So that has had an impact as well. And then in terms of the road needs assessment, the traffic counts were not completed because of COVID as well. So for 2021, in terms of operations, we have minimum maintenance standards that we have to comply with, and that affects the crack sealing, the potholes, gravel roads, hard surface, just making them passable for the public. Ditching and culverts is something that should be at the top of the list every year, in my own opinion, because you don't have a good road if you don't have good drainage. So that expect to see that one year after year at the top of the list. Roadside mowing and brushing, we're going to continue to do what operations does. Some of the priorities, solid waste management strategy. That one was a 2020 that we're looking to carry over. We do have some challenges with our current waste disposal sites. One of our facilities has 2 years expected life remaining. That's Escott. And then the Lansdowne site has 3 to 5 years. We do have additional capacity in Briar Hill. But as we start closing these other facilities, then obviously that's going to be reduced as a result of that. Drainage maintenance plans. I'm assuming that that's referring to the municipal drains, which they have they're sort of an animal of their own, where we have to do our inspections and maintenance. And then facilities condition assessment. This is something that I added in here from an asset management point of view. And now that we're going to have a facilities manager and a full-time facilities operator, I think having the right data in place right now is very important. And then that will feed into the asset management as well. We'll use the idea is to have the good data in the uni format, which is the standard process for assessing facilities, and put that into our asset management plan, and that will help guide our program going forward. Speed limit bylaw review. This is the minimum maintenance standards of roads is based on two things. It's the amount of traffic on a road, and then also the speed limit of that road. By default, rural roads are, if unposted, are 80 kilometers an hour, which raises that maintenance class from a 6 on some roads up to as high as a 4. So we want to review some of those and just make sure that the roads are being assessed as they should be. That's it. Any questions?
I have Councillor Gorell, then I have Councillor Olkey, and then I'll make a comment as well.
Thank you to your worship. And this would be an unfair question to a newly hired operations manager. So we might have to dig further back. But the purchase of 9 acres for the Leeds landfill site, which landfill site is Leeds?
Leeds is a closed landfill site, and it's required for our containment zone around that waste site.
Which, do you know the location of that one?
I think it's the one on County Road 3, isn't it?
I don't know specifically where
I
it is.
think Kim
Okay.
Goodman. Yeah, it's kind of, he's been here 3 weeks.
Yeah,
He's
get
still-
up to speed.
I have the data, not the location.
The good news is I showed him where the Dulcimane Cemetery was today. He's like, where's the Dulcimane? Well, find Dulcimane Road at the end of the road. It's good.
So in bottom line, that additional land is not to increase a current landfill site. It's taking care of leachate and so on and so on.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Olkey, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. David, when we started this term, there was a lot in AMO and various other forums about the circular economy that was coming into Ontario, where manufacturers would have to package in ways that the package could be recycled almost 100%. And this would take a lot of pressure off landfill. And their landfill sites would essentially become transfer stations. This has all gone very silent, very quickly, very strangely, at least on my networks. Have you heard anything? Thank you.
In my 3 weeks, I have not heard anything in terms of that, but I will certainly look into it. Yeah.
I'll let Councillor Fody go and then I'll make my comment.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to our operations director. First off, might I say that it was very refreshing when you highlighted the ditching and culvert correlation to the quality of our roads. Finally, somebody sees that. In looking through the broader picture of our operations department, I know it's unfair perhaps to put you on the spot here, but the age of our water and sewer structure in the village of Lansdowne, to me, that just flashes a red light everywhere. I think that, we seriously have to start somewhere very soon and address that somewhere, somehow, rather than wait for it to get ugly and boil literally out of the ground and meet us someday. Those pipes, I think, were all started in 1976, and there's likely been patching done. I realize that, but perhaps that's something in your department that we should look at as a start point. I don't expect you to answer that now, having been 3 weeks on the job, but I think when we have a village with equipment, underground as it may be, of that age, it needs to be addressed as to how we're going to handle that. Thank you.
Okay. So I've been lucky enough to work with Kate, and she has undertaken the water and wastewater study, the rate study, which takes into consideration the replacement of all those assets. With that being said, we're doing a review of the life expectancy of the assets. We found out the other day that all of the water mains are plastic, which is great, because that means the life expectancy should be greater than what we've assessed it as. So that's something that we're going to be working on coming up. But yes, definitely it's been considered, not to speak out of turn, but it's certainly been considered for the life cycle, the complete life cycle of the asset, to make sure that we are accounting for replacement and all the maintenance and operational requirements for that.
I'll recognize Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, may I assume, and it's hopeful, may I assume that, for example, on page 33 of the slides, but also through the operations generally, that a lot of what you will be doing with these various studies and so on with respect to our facilities or drainage is all input for the AMP, so that we actually have a plan that prioritizes and identifies what needs to be done first, second, third, and fourth, rather than responding to the midnight phone call about this, that, and the other thing? I know that's a terribly leading question, but that's one I want to hear an answer to. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I think the road needs assessment that we're doing, the facility condition assessment that we are plan to undertake, the water rate study, all of those will feed into the asset management program and plan, and we'll assess it based on the risk. There's the risk and the condition. Well, risk is based on condition and the probability and all those types of things. Anyway, so, and then we'll generate based on the risk, what is a higher priority? You know, looking at a water main break is a higher priority to the residents than, say, a road closure, because we can use another road. You can't use another water system. Similarly, we don't want to be rebuilding roads without looking at the underground infrastructure. So this is where the asset management program will pull everything together for us and say, you know, yes, you can rebuild that road, but you need to look what's underneath at the same time, and it will do that for us. The same with a facility like this. We're not going to go and put a roof on without having to look at what's underneath that, the substructure of that, to make sure that we're taking all of those different factors into consideration when we do our work. We don't want to throw good money away.
So just as an aside, one of the things that I noticed, and not to drop a bomb on the staff today, but as I'm signing checks on a regular basis, one of the things that I noticed, and it pertains to the point that Councillor Olkey had made in regards to the circular economy, since 2016, we've seen an increase of 52% in costs for recycling. So in 2016, we spent $80,390, and the estimate for the end of 2020 is $192,000. That is a significant increase when you're talking about recyclables. And so while I think the intent of the circular economy was a great idea, I think that really what it comes down to here is that we need to find some very unique and specialized ways to deal with the waste here in this municipality, and hopefully do it in conjunction with the neighboring municipalities at the same time, because these costs are only going to continue to rise. I can't see how they won't. There's less and less places that are taking them on, and people are frustrated. Even in the village, you know, we do get calls, people who work hard to clean their recyclables, get them ready for the landfill, and then sometimes they see them thrown on the pile, which was not whether intended or unintended. At the end of the day, I think that sometimes when we pay these companies, that's where they end up anyway, and they're paying to dispose of them. And that's my own conjecture, not a fact. But it's just to underscore that while we are trying to cut everywhere we can in our budgeting process, there are certain things within this budget, not within our purview, that are just, the costs are going up, and we have to address that because we can't stop the garbage going into and the recyclables going into our landfill. So very interesting footnote I just got yesterday. So thank you. Any further questions in regards to operations? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
So next on the docket is Community and Business Services. Ms. Goodman?
Good morning, everyone. I apologize. I've been kind of tuning in. There's a webinar this morning on ICIP infrastructure funding. So, you know, as we discuss looking ahead to 2021, we're already looking for opportunities to generate a little bit of extra revenue. As you'll see on the screen here, our department is quite diverse in the things that that falls within its wheelhouse. So everything from recreation and leisure programming, that would be from children, families, seniors, our community events, working hand in hand with operations in terms of public access to facilities and park operations, community engagement, which is kind of our outreach work that we do with community groups, helping support their capacity building, community events, etc. business outreach and support, of course, with planning and development in terms of the, I hate to use the term economic development, but those sorts of general services. And then, of course, we assist with the facilitation of corporate marketing and communications. Because of the flexibility within our department, we really were impacted by COVID. At the onset, of course, facilities were closed, programming was canceled. The benefit of that was that our team was allowed to kind of really dive in and respond. So we facilitated the process of developing internal policies in terms of staff coming into the building, how they were going to do that safely, working alongside operations so that we were designing, procuring, and getting signs out into our parks, for example. Working to ensure that public had access to washrooms as we moved into the peak of summer. Of course, we had special editions of the Township Times newsletter, for example, and we worked very closely with the county, with the Corridor Commission and other partners in terms of reaching out to businesses. Of course, it was really critical that we look to support and sustain the businesses that we have operating here within our community and try to give them every opportunity to maintain continuity of service. Looking ahead to 2021, we do kind of anticipate a lot of the same. Really what we're trying to do is allow for flexibility in programming and events and operations of our public facilities. I suspect it will be some time before we see a full vaccine and that our communities are all open wide up. So we've tried to build the budget that will allow us to shift on the fly and respond to changing regulations and requirements. I'm really proud to be able to say that as of this fall, we're actually only offering 2 fewer programs than we did a fall of 2019. While the class sizes have been reduced slightly, which of course impacts revenue, I would really like council to be aware of the fact that probably double the efforts have gone into developing those programs, the time that it takes in terms of reviewing and adhering to public policy, directives from the health unit in terms of how we follow contact tracing, screening requirements, spacing requirements, use of PPE, et cetera. And really, we're taking a huge stride in terms of supporting our not-for-profit and service organizations that operate within the community. Of course, COVID has not only impacted us here at the corporation, but it has impacted businesses and households as well. And we want to make sure that there isn't a continued trickle effect through our community, because as we rise and grow out of COVID, we want to continue to make sure that our municipality is a great place to work, live, and play. And we do that by engaging our community, making sure that we have an abundance of opportunities, but we need to continue to do that so that we're doing it in a safe manner and that we're doing it to be cost effective. We will touch on this a little bit more later on. The bigger plan study report sort of thing that we're looking at, of course, is the sports tourism strategy. And you can see a list of special projects that we will be engaging on and continuing through 2021. All 4 of those that are identified are grant funded projects. I think that's kind of the long and short of it. I anticipate that there will be some questions, but I think really by and large, our team has positioned itself for 2021 to be flexible, to adapt, to shift on the fly, to respond to corporate and community needs. And obviously, I really can't do it without them or without the strong team that's standing here beside me today.
Any questions for community and business services? And they're part of the budget. If you're following along in your budget binder, it is page 40 about their budget and some of the things that they, I think, or that's, sorry, it's not page 40. I apologize. It's 41, 42. So any discussion in regards to this budget? I know that it got pared back as well, comparative to 2020, or yeah, 2020. I don't know how I'll ever forget 2020, but so I know that that they've adapted though for sure to help the rest of the teams try to deal with what's going on and the public health policy. Go ahead, Councillor Olkey.
Actually, Your Worship, I didn't have a question at this point.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't me.
Oh, Sorry, Councillor Jameson. I
I'm
apologize.
the other counselor.
I was
Oki,
looking at him. I don't know why I said.
My
Councillor
evil
Oki.
twin.
No,
yeah.
that's fine. I mean, he's better looking than me. It should be obvious. And we're both in the balcony. Page 40, I just want to make a note through your worship. On page 40 in the big book with all my little orange tags, I'm looking at the category description with respect to where money has been allocated. I don't recall seeing that chart in the past, but I really appreciated seeing that breakdown. And if I've seen it in the past, I apologize for not remembering it. But you can see very clearly where some of the changes have had to be made going forward, but also just the detail around what goes where. And it's no longer this big chunk of money that we're looking at. And it's a kind of breakdown that I really appreciate. It's almost like getting a staff breakdown of what everybody's doing, which I appreciate too. So I just wanted to say something positive about that before I say, don't spend any money on a donations box. And you'll be replacing them all summer, right? I mean, that's just a small point, but.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor.
Any further questions in regards to the community and business services? Go ahead, Councillor Grell.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, just clarification, I see on page 42 of the original booklet, Escott Hall is separated out of Springfield House. Is that the of the three buildings there, the municipal garage, is that what I'm looking at there?
I believe so, Councillor. I'm sorry, I don't actually.
Springfield House would be the house, and
Yes, absolutely.
Escott Hall, is that where the county, or pardon me, our township records are kept? Is that building? Archives.
Archives,
excuse me,
yes.
that's the word I'm looking for.
Thank you. And through you, your worship, the complex is comprised of actually, I believe there's 4 structures on the property. Springfield House, which operationally works for archives, Escott Hall, which is the central building, which again is allocated and dedicated to municipal archives. There's the garage on the property, which is used largely as a storage facility. There is no longer sand and salt. Deputy Mayor Lackey, I do recall that being a question at the November meeting of council. And there is an old dome on the property. Really what we're anticipating this year is that we're continuing to review that property as a whole. And so you'll see the budget kind of reflects the work that we intend to lay out. And again, we do still the director of planning, and we want to engage the director of operations in further discussion around that particular property, and a staff report will be coming forward early in the new year.
Go ahead, follow up.
And thank you. Just one other issue or clarification. I see in the capital budget, and this has always confused me, we have an Ivy League pier, which is a quarter of the capital budget at 500,000 under the community and business services. I've always been a little confused by that. It would be a shell game if the money was put to another discretionary fund. I appreciate, but why would it be that we have put a structure like that into recreation? We're treating it like a park. It's more a facility, and I really don't understand. And my last question would be, we have play structure at Centennial Park for $75,000. Could you elaborate a little bit on that one?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. And through you, your worship, the Ivy Leap here, I think it's simply a little matter of internal bookkeeping. Because the way that our reserve funds are defined, and I apologize, Madam Treasurer, if you need to clarify or if I'm not getting the mark entirely accurate, because of the reserve fund that it came out of, and because we were assisting with operations in the absence of having a director of operations, it could be that it got earmarked within our particular project. Of course, because we have facilitated looking after that property in terms of the rental agreements that we had there 2 years ago, which no longer are happening. I would just like to clarify. And some of the other community questions that come up around the property, we will be working closely to support operations with that project, but it will fall largely to their department. to oversee that particular project. As it relates to the play structure, in 2019, we had a comprehensive play inspection done of all of our play structures across the municipality. And that one was identified as coming up on deficient, and it does require replacement in terms of public safety. So what we're looking at is a removal and replacement of an existing play structure in one of our parks.
A $75,000 play structure must be significant. Is it? I don't understand what a $75,000 play structure is.
Certainly, my apologies. It would be roughly the same size as the one that's there. So most of our play structures are fairly standard in size. They might take up a footprint of, again, roughly myself to her worship at the front of the room. It would have like a big component, a smaller component, but what we need to also include in the cost of play structure, when we look at early estimates based on catalogs and whatnot that are available this year, the play structure itself is in the wheelhouse of around $45,000 to $50,000. But what we have to account for is the removal of the existing structure, the installation, and then you need to have sand or wood chips or something for compression. There is a particular safety standard for that. So we just want to make sure that we have as a full package that we're not putting it in, and then we have compacted sand to this amount where these things are not inexpensive.
I might ask for further clarification. I would be curious to know, I believe the last play structure that we've upgraded or installed would have been at the Rockport Hall. Or was the one in Lansdowne done after?
It may be the one actually up on Jonas Street in Lyndhurst.
Oh.
That was installed, I believe it was around 2009, 2011, somewhere in that wheelhouse. Because it's in a smaller park, the play structure there is significantly smaller. There is an additional swing set, little basketball court, and small 10 by 10 structure at that particular place.
Perhaps we could get an estimate if we could find what that cost, if at all possible, just to give some clarity as to what the costs have increased to, because I know that struck me as a large amount for a play structure as well, but I do know that based on safety standards and it isn't actually necessarily just the play structure that's expensive. It's the installing it, having it with the right drainage and the right material underneath it, and how it's set up. So I know that ends up being a significant cost part of it too. But it would be interesting to know what the difference would be for the last one that we installed, if at all possible.
Absolutely. I can add that I believe Brockville was donated a gently used play structure, and it was close to $60,000 to $75,000 for that one, and to have it installed. I could be wrong. That's a very anecdotal sort of thing, but I would be happy to provide more information to that effect.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Ms. Goodman, one of the most public and contentious issues we had during COVID was the maintenance of parks, lawn cutting and things. I wonder if you have had any lessons learned about scheduling staff and no-go dates for hiring. One of the things that happened, of course, was that many of our good citizens stepped up and cut lawns and did things. And that's wonderful to have people like that in the community, but it also raises liabilities. Are you thinking ahead to this summer coming and program?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. I'm incredibly excited to answer this question, actually. As Council is quite aware, early on in this calendar year, we made the decision to significantly reduce our summer hiring. While we were very fortunate, we were able to bring in roughly $10,000 to $11,000 in student wage subsidies. So that was the direction that I received to do it at no to low cost. However, it did very definitely impact the services that we were able to offer in the parks. We're taking a significant sideways step in terms of how we're going to look at this moving ahead to 2021. Owing to COVID, at the Sealy's Bay Municipal Harbor, for example, where we would typically have staff to address transient boating, we didn't this year. We booked up all the slips. LeBoat pulled out. We booked those slips as seasonal slips. And so we did leave a few for incidentals coming through. We were actually very close to meeting our budget target. But by not staffing it next year and trying to operate under the same model, we were able to reduce staffing a little bit. What we're hoping to do is reallocate some of that staffing, and we're looking to hire a concert of, I believe it's 5 students from, they would be hired in early May through to the end of August. That would be part of our typical program. Typically, our recruitment for summer and seasonal students starts in January with offers, late January, offers going out usually in March. Now, of course, we'd gone through that process this year when we had to put on the brakes. It was very unfortunate. We'd sent offers of employment out, which we actually had to rescind to a number of students. So we're also looking at shifting scheduling so that we will have 7-day-a-week coverage. So instead of running 5 students every day, it might be 3 and then 2 and then 2 and then 3, which will allow us then to address parks and park maintenance on weekends, which is something that our municipality has not done previously, which we really hope will increase our ability to attend washrooms, pick up garbage, get to some of the weeding and whatnot. And we're doing that under the direction of a new seasonal supervisor, which has been included in the budget. That's owing partially to the fact that the gentleman within the operations that used to previously assist with that program has been reallocated largely to operations at this point, the public works road side of things. What that additionally does, though, is allows us to extend the season and offer nominal service in our park once the students return to school at the end of August or first week of September through September to at least Thanksgiving weekend and hopefully beyond. Now, services would be somewhat reduced, but we do recognize that, the work that our economic development committee is doing, work that our chambers do, our businesses, that the season doesn't stop at the end of August, and we don't roll up the carpet. So we do want to try to offer those services through as indicated.
Councillor Jameson, then Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Just to comment on the playground situation, and we all know this, but I've just been going through a municipal grant process, not a municipal grant, a provincial grant process, and looking at equipment that we would like to use if we get the money. And if we just went out and bought something that was probably really good and nice and would work, we're not allowed to use it because it has to meet a municipal standard. And I dare say the playground equipment runs into that same double standard, where it'd be fine in my backyard. It's not allowed. So that's what I've run into, and it increased the ask to quite a bit of money, and I sure hope we get it. But ask about Escott, if I may, Your Worship, the state of the buildings in general and its capacity for public use in the short, mid, and long term. I know previous councils have wanted to have decided that it should be declared surplus. But in the short term, are we going to be seeing the staff reports that give us some indication of what shape these buildings are in? I have other questions, but that's my first one, if I may.
Absolutely, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. Actually, just late last week, we had staff on site for a facility inspection, and their report is forthcoming, which will then inform our recommendations and work as we move ahead.
And timing on that?
I would anticipate sometime within the next few weeks. I don't, again, pardon me, early in the new year. So
Okay.
We'll get the report, and then the report, again, we'll have to draft our recommendations in terms of next steps to bring that back to council.
And if I may, Your Worship, on the issue of, I'm sort of thinking of the strategic plan, because in the context of the strategic plan that we're going to do, I assume that, and this goes across all departments, we can move a general vision of what we need to do through that, whether it's how the roads will go under AMP or whatever. But I'm also interested in and appreciate hearing that there is an understanding that we really need to take a look at things like bathrooms and so on off season as being part of our economic development strategy. I really do believe that having public washrooms available in our villages off season is critically important to the economic development. And I know I've said that to you offline, but I'm saying it to you in public because I think it's an important thing to build into our thinking. And I thank you very much.
Any further questions for Ms. Goodman? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Goodman. I noticed there's significant cuts to horticulture, and the other category was adult programming. Is that strictly COVID related, or is there more to it than that?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. The adult programming, actually last year we had a little bit of budget carryover from a grant that we got from the provincial government for the Seniors Ambassador program that we were running late 19 into early 20. So that was the additional funding there. So without that grant-driven project, the balance was reduced. It really is our expectation that we'll be able to offer consistent programming in terms of seniors fitness and really trying to make sure that we're doing that across the entire municipality. And I'm sorry, Councillor, I forgot the first question.
Horticulture.
Horticulture, actually. So again, something else that we were kind of excited about this year, owing again to budget cuts, our horticulture program is largely run on the backs of a single student working the 4 days a week, sometimes pushing into the fifth a little bit in terms of that program. What we were able to pull off really in 2020 was a unique partnership with our village improvement group. So LRC, Sabara, Laffer, and RDG in each one of the communities. And what we did is we purchased the flowers this year, which has been very consistent with what we've done every year. And we offered a small token, financial token to each of these 4 groups to work with us in terms of maintaining those flowers this year. While we were incredibly successful, and these organizations pulled their resources together to engage someone to get the stuff that they couldn't reach or manage on their own. We do recognize that for some of the organizations, it was a little bit of a challenge. So what we're looking at for the 2021 year is a blended program where we may have to look after a couple beds, for example, the one out by the casino that's not located in a core village. Again, the hanging baskets, perhaps because there might not be the bandwidth within our local groups, but we have already started some very early discussions with these organizations in terms of how we can look at a blended model again next year, which has actually resulted in some pretty significant cost savings for the municipality.
Sorry. Any further questions for
Yeah.
community? Go ahead, Councillor Jameson, and then Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to dwell on the mundane with respect to planting flowers and just say that, you know, we were asked to step up, certainly at Sabara, and, you know, I planted the flowers at the library, and then my wife weeded them because I don't know weed from a petunia, but it was a good exercise for us when absolutely everything else had been canceled and we were not doing things outside and so on. It is certainly, there's cost savings for the municipality, but I think I'm hoping that whatever you have as a blended program, continue to encourage the community groups to be involved in that very directly, because I think it provides us with an incentive as citizens to understand we have to do things too. And we can't just sit back and say, well, why doesn't the municipality do this? Why doesn't they not do that? And what we know historically is when we look at certain structures, play structures or pavilions and so on, and we look at the history of them, people in the communities stepped up, raised the money, had them built and so on. Now, I know that was back in the day when you didn't have the liability issues, but it does reflect on a time when the first thing the village people thought was, we're going to do it ourselves. And I think there's value in this economy for us to be thinking that way and encouraging that thinking. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. If you don't mind me jumping ahead,
Please
just
do.
to look at the capital. We had for the Ivy League Pier, 50,000 a year for 3 years. And now I see we're at $500,000.
Yes, sir. Through you, Your Worship. Last year in the budget, and I apologize because I really can't speak to the previous years because I was not managing that portfolio. I believe that for a couple of years we were endeavoring to do some minor repairs and get a new design done for that particular facility, understanding that there has been, I believe, some undermining and that a full scan or scope of that has been completed. However, when we looked ahead to this budget cycle in the 2021 calendar year, we saw a real opportunity here to better serve our island taxpayers, businesses and whatnot, and look at a little bit more of a fulsome potential redesign of that space so that it operates more effectively. It minimizes opportunities for damage, so safety bollards for perhaps realigning where the boat ramp goes down and using materials that will allow modifications, for example, maybe some floating docks so that when we're having issues with high water, that facility doesn't become unusable. Again, these are early estimates going in, but the amount should include the design and the build at that particular site versus I don't want to say a simple resurfacing because it would be far from a simple project to go in there and do the resurfacing, but we're looking at a more fulsome design so that we can really, like I said, reduce the overall maintenance and improve the overall efficiency and utilization of that particular site.
Okay, any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Grell, and then we'll probably take a quick break. I realize that lunch is coming at 12:30, but I realize we have gone quite a while without a relief. So go ahead, Councillor.
And through you, Your Worship, just a quick note wrapping up the Ivy Leap here. Where are we with what study was done? Because I do remember something came to council a little bit panicky about something had been uncovered as to the extent of work required. Did we get an engineering study? Are we ready to proceed with an RFQ for reconstruction? Where are we with all of that then? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. I'll be very open and transparent, and I have not fully read the report. Again, the information that I have is anecdotal that this study was done. I believe it was done by a very reputable marine business along within our municipality that kind of provided that early information. When our previous director of operations was with us, he had started to put pen to paper in terms of developing what that scope of work should look like and what it could include. Again, because we were trying to jump ahead of when our new director started, we were putting in some early placeholders, but upon further discussion found that amount is very likely reasonable when you look at permitting costs, et cetera, on top of the design work that would be required.
Any further questions for Community and Business Services? Seeing none, I will release you, and we can have a 5-7 minute break. So 1 minute each, and then we'll come back, reconvene. Thank you. So I think we are ready to reconvene. We're at 11:50 and lunch is supposed to be delivered for 12:30. So we've got a total of 40 minutes to get through this presentation. Planning, we're deferring the planning presentation to get the budget for the library in. And so I'll recognize the CEO, Tara Mendez, to bring us through the library presentation.
Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to present a budget request in the time of COVID. The 2021 budget submission will accompany an update on the library's business plan and reasoning behind the budget request. The following is the library bases budget on 4 strategic initiatives: relevancy of the library to the community, ensuring value for money, efficiency and cost, increasing impact of awareness of the library and its services, and creating experiences for the community. While the library has taken steps to reduce the operating budget, like the township, there remain costs and budget pressures beyond the control of the library. Heat, hydro, and insurance represent global escalating costs. The recent world events have affected the library's service platform, and along with neighboring libraries, fines and fees have been eliminated. As a result of COVID, demand for library services has increased. Newly launched demand for e-resources has accompanied the need for books for families exploring the new educational model. As well, the library continues to serve as a welcoming space in difficult times. Through ongoing partnerships and shared resources, the library is able to keep costs down. The use of a floating collection amongst all 3 branches eliminates the need for duplicate copies. By participating in the Library Consortium database and participating in shared purchasing to the Southern Ontario Library Services, the library continues to ensure cost-saving measures. As in all service industries, the cost of administration, the provision of services, is a primary driver for the budget. The library has kept staffing expenditures below the 2019 budget. It is important to remember that when looking at the 2020 staffing expenditures, the library staff were laid off in 2020 due to COVID, and this does not reflect an annualized salary figure. The Lansdowne branch has the highest staffing allocation because it's the busiest branch and serves as an administrative hub. All library materials as well as interlibrary loan requests are cataloged, packaged, and shipped to this location. Time spent on cataloging for all locations as well as program planning for all branches reflects the administrative hours. This is a breakdown of the 2021 administrative budget request by branch. You'll see the lower amount in Sealy's Bay reflects decisions made in the business plan by the board to move to a rotating staff model. As outlined in the operational expense chart, you'll see the library has reduced the 2021 operational expenses over those of 2019, the last year of complete operations. The library has requested a small increase in the book budget to ensure sustainability of resources for homeschooling families and families requiring additional educational support. Library programming is especially essential in 2021 to ensure families have a network of support through the library. In 2021, the library will continue to support families struggling with a new educational model while facing challenges such as limited Wi-Fi and educational materials. The library's participation in the consortium database is both cost-effective and an example of library collaboration, as the database provides access to library materials and membership throughout the surrounding areas. Also, it's a shared resource for all libraries in the surrounding community. We share it with Rideau Lakes and North Grenville and Brockville. This slide will show you the breakdown of the 2021 operational budget request by branch. You'll see the library collection is shared across all branches and is in fact a floating collection, which allows all materials, regardless of the branch locations, to be shared. As mentioned earlier, the insurance premiums increase are faced by both the library and the township. The library has taken steps to reduce facilities expenses by reducing telephone and internet costs and removing additional phone lines. Building supplies is allocated for personal protective equipment in 2021 and is not anticipated for 2022. Fingers crossed. This is a breakdown of the 2021 facilities request by branch. The exterior of the Sealy's Bay requires additional attention due to the large tree-covered parking lot and the large backyard. The higher heating in Seeley's Bay is a result of the electrical baseboards. In line with the 2020 business plan, the library will continue to take steps to improve exterior space at all branches to encourage ongoing access to the library's digital resources. Digital access is valuable today more than ever. Due to COVID and provincial guidelines on isolation, the library has eliminated fines. Libraries have been assured of the 2021 provincial grant. As well, other grants have been committed to for 2021. While fines have been waived, the library is anticipating an increase in donations over 2020. The annual municipal levy request for the upcoming year is $448,291, which is less than the 2019 budget. This is reflective of a library which is cost-effective and continues to explore cost-saving measures while providing relevant and valuable library services to our community. And again, I would remind you, when you look at the 2020 operational budget of the library was shuttered for 5 months and staff were laid off. Moving towards our business plan, the library examines relevancy, and relevancy is demonstrated by use. In the library's case, we measure both service use and material use. You'll see a library that's growing in use and continuing to play a pivotal role in the community that we serve. The library is a strong and valuable community partner, acting as a single resource, providing support to community agencies and local businesses. Within the context of the business plan and the upcoming strategic plan, the library will focus on 4 strategic initiatives: relevancy, ensuring value, increasing impact, and creating experiences for community by providing programs, trained staff, and materials in both formats, as well as technological support. And this is just some of the partners that we have. In examining relevancy, an ability to respond to changing community needs is a key indicator of relevancy. The library has embraced the transitions needed in a new world and built on these changes to provide both traditional as well as enhanced library services. The new service platform has allowed the library to welcome over 200 new members. As part of its ongoing outreach, the library offers walking stories in the park during the shutdown to offset family isolation and the loss of library programming. Library program that embraces our external community is also a goal which aligns with our business plan as well as council's strategic plan. When looking at ensuring value, we examine the effectiveness of the library, which can be measured through service expectations and performance. You'll see here the graph, the first two bar graphs are provincial standards. The provincial standard of 2.1 for funding of libraries of a similar size in Ontario, and the average use of 3.5 per library of similar size in Ontario. And you'll see that the Leeds and Lansdowne Public Library, we continue to fall below provincial standards for library funding, yet we continue to excel and serve above program activities and library services in comparison to libraries of similar size in Ontario. By increasing library awareness, a target of a 2020 business plan, the library will work to ensure the success of the community, building on existing strengths for the purpose of contributing to a stronger community. During the recent shutdown, library users streamed over 200 minutes of digital resources monthly, indicating a new awareness of digital resources. Programs and services from Books with Batman and online story time to Make and Take programming kits have expanded the library's outreach while allowing families to participate from home and remain COVID responsible. Digital introduction to the library has contributed to increased library engagement, and the library will continue to work to increase the impact of awareness in 2021, increasing social media outreach and highlighting a new and accessible website. The library has continued to offer new and responsive library experiences for our community in a way that is both safe and welcoming. Mary Rowe, President and CEO of Canada Urban Institute, states, "To have an economy that functions, you need to have people who are healthy and able to contribute and have the skills and resources to participate. While libraries do not generate revenue, they can help give somebody the resources to find a job or start a business." In 2019, Your library provided over 118,000 programs and services to the community. I think that's a number you should all be very proud of. Place-based economic development stresses the importance of community public space in ensuring economic progress and success. By capitalizing on existing strengths together, we can work to ensure a stronger economy. As shown, the library will play a key role in the economic recovery of our community by enhancing social inclusion through ongoing services which can address the current community environment. As well, library will develop programs which offset the effect of isolation in community residents of all ages. And this can only be done through your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Okay, so I will entertain questions from counselors. I have a couple of my own. So who would like to go first? Anyone? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, it's basically repetitious of the question I had asked earlier today about the increase in staff salaries. I gather in your explanation, it's more of a decrease last year, and now you're back up to a current.
That's right. Our current staff, our 2020 staffing allotment or request is $7,000 above our 2019 actual expenditures for staffing. So we've tried to keep them very low. And yes, staff were laid off due to COVID.
So follow-up question, the staff, is that you're at normal staffing levels now?
We are at normal staffing levels now.
Okay.
It's taking us a little bit longer to get back up and running, but yes.
Right. Thank you.
Further discussion in regards to, go ahead, Councillor Jameson.
There are a number of things that I've raised with township staff with respect to this. And I'm looking at this example, so I'll lay it out. My own view is that we need to remove absolutely every building cost out of this. What we have is a situation where hydro and so on, effectively for the buildings, say the two small branches, as an example, is paid by the library and the township reimburses. So it has nothing to do with the library that we own the buildings. We operate the buildings. I say we, I mean the township government, and that the township government needs to take charge of those expenses. They're paying them anyway, but in order for us to get a good grip on our own expenses with respect to township buildings, this backing and forthing doesn't make any sense. It's not efficient, and it doesn't tell us anything, and it also inflates the library budget in a way that isn't necessary. So I see, and I can't understand why we have building janitorial, building grounds with respect to, and building maintenance, did I say that? Janitorial maintenance and grounds for the Sealy's Bay Library seem rather high when those buildings are actually owned by the township, and the township should be not only providing the services, but also managing the services, not library staff. So those are the sorts of things that do not allow us to assess the value of the library's management capacity based on its pure role as a library service. So I'm pleading with staff to take charge of their own expenses with respect to the buildings so that we can get on with the business of figuring out what to do with the library on a number of fronts. Thank you.
Okay.
And I would just to comment to Mark Jameson's comment. I know that this is a model that's practiced in Rideau Lakes Public Library, that the municipality takes care of all of their building maintenance and heat and hydro and so on. So.
Thank you for that clarity. Further questions for Ms. Mendez? The only question I had was in regards to page 66. So I always struggle when I'm looking at budget documents without actuals. So it had the 2019 budget and not the 2019 actual, which we should have on hand. And then the 2020 budget that was revised, but there's no year to date, what's been spent, what hasn't been. So
I think our year to date should be on page 36.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Page 36.
And I think, again, when looking at the library's actuals, the library budget did not come in until June, and the library, again, was shuttered for 5 months.
Okay. Okay, I'll take a closer look on this one. Thank you. Any for Councillor Gorell?
Thank you. And through you, your worship, seeing as it is budget day, what has sat with me for the past 3 years is the reserves that the library had. And there was a lot of give and take on that one back 2 years ago. Where do your reserves sit, and are you adding to them this year, or is the township office handling the finances in actuals versus budgetary numbers?
I believe that currently the library board is working on a policy to ensure that any unused municipal funds are returned to the municipality at the end of the fiscal year to ensure that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Oki.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just as general commentary, there was a lot of controversy about the volume of money, the amount of money that had been retained by the library for rather purposes unknown. Most of that money was recovered. The library still retains about $60,000, somewhere between $60,000 and $65,000 in reserve funds that were earmarked with funny names. And there's been a lot of attempt to clarify what that money could be used for. The biggest thing would be some kind of disaster that they had to replace collections and very quickly move into secure accommodations with what they could salvage. I mean, it's a contingency fund. And that money's been built up over many years. And to me, that's reasonable. But it's seen, if I can speak for my colleagues on that board, it seemed to be an appropriate amount of money to have in reserve. The monies you were, I think, most concerned about have been recovered by the township and should have been and are. Okay. Thank you.
I believe the $194,000 transfer happened in the end of 2019. And I believe it's reflected in we were going through audited financial statements the other day for different purpose. And I remember seeing it there. So those funds, in fact, were recovered and were put into, it's in a reserve fund, a building reserve fund, I believe. So we can pull up that stuff over lunchtime.
And just to follow up on that,
Sure.
please. Through you, your worship, the only time I ever have an opportunity to see what the reserve funds are from the library seems to be at the audit time. And that's always seems to be a year lagging to me. And of course, in our page 56, of course, there are no library reserves there. Is that something, is that normal? Is that a normal situation that we really don't have a handle on seeing the numbers over and over? And I could go back to, with all due respect to Councillor Olkey, it is emblazoned in my brain, the exact numbers that were given in the audit. It was $412,000, of which 194 was returned to this township. I have never, ever reconciled in my mind where the rest of that money went. My esteemed colleague says there's $60,000. The math does not add up, and it never has. I'm just always curious, and I looked into that in a fair amount of detail, and I was never, ever satisfied. And it has engendered within myself a certain mistrust of how that has happened, how it had happened, and have we put a stop to it? Thank you. That's my rant for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Thank you, Councillor Gorell. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jameson.
It's Councillor Jameson. Yeah. Thank you. There are a couple of things to Councillor Gorell's point that, again, it's trying to have a trust, and I understand, and I agree with you. I think one of the things that we have is an inconsistent reporting mechanism in place that's long-standing. It isn't consistent with how the township manages its own finances. So there's a lot of discussion around library independence, but it's all taxpayer money at the end of the day. And I think that it would certainly help the situation if the township provided the bookkeeping service that ensures that all the lines in the library are consistent with how the township applies its own, revenue expense bookkeeping. It's not taking over the accounting. It is providing a bookkeeping service that is consistent with what we need to see in the middle of the year, at the end of the year, before the audit. The other thing is with the replacement of the auditor, which, it astounded me that we had an auditor for 22 years, just astounded me. But now we have a new auditor, and I certainly hope that we can impress upon the new auditor the need for consistency across everything, and that includes the library, because auditors will comment on the tools you need if you ask them to take a look. My own view is we need to have the same set of tools at the library, and the amount of money we're talking about really, other than staff salaries, is not, which the township manages now with respect to payroll. We're talking about the smallest part of the library budget, a chunk of which is actually township responsible costs to begin with. So first thing, in order to have some trust in the numbers, and I have not that much trust in the numbers, is to have an accounting system that is consistent across the need of this township. The other thing is missing from my point of view, as a board member, not just as a counselor, is staff allocation. I don't know who's where and when. I see hours for the operation, but I do not see how many bodies are here, how many bodies are there, what time and what space. And it makes no sense to me as a manager out of environments that have both retail and back-end requirements, that we don't know what we really have in the branches and not in the main branch, and whether these are being allocated in a way that's serving the patrons the way we'd like to see. We'd certainly like to see more than one evening a week in Lyndhurst and one evening a week in Sealy's Bay. But if I had the breakdown and that told me why that's not happening, or I might even see that it could, without taking away from what is perceived to be the dominant library service or the library branch, I would like to see something a little more detailed with respect to how much we're spending on staff, what they're doing, and where they're working. Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Mendez? Councillor Foti.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I'm going to be in agreement here with a couple of councillors. Councillor Grell made a good point that I had flagged here as well. If we're going to have transparency, all the numbers have to be revealed at budget time.
Absolutely.
And with regard to the reserves, I agree with Councillor Grell. They just weren't even present. With regards to Councillor Jameson's comments a few minutes ago, it's a real good point. With the asset management process that's ongoing right now, if we as a township own these buildings, they're inevitably going to end up showing on our books anyway, the heat, the hydro, the maintenance. So you bring up a real good point that we need to separate those from the library and let the library stand alone on its own operations. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment, Tara?
Through you, Your Worship, as far as clarity of figures and integrity, I believe that when the auditor comes and does the audit, she does a very thorough audit of all the library books, and there's nothing nefarious, if you will, that she would miss. And I think that I have absolute confidence in the council and council's hiring of an auditor that is thorough and above board.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions before we move on to the next part of the presentation? Seeing none, I'll let you go. And
thank you very much.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your lunch.
And I guess we could probably start working on planning. How long do you think you're going to need? You can be quick. Actually, it does depend on, I guess, how badly the counselors want to eat. So if you'd like to, I don't want to waste the 15 minutes unless you want to go, keep moving. Okay, we're going to keep moving. Planning and development, up you go.
Okay, so the first slide is just who we are, what we do. You all know what we do. So planning and development includes planning, which also includes Committee of Adjustment, Heritage Committee. We administer the official plan, zoning bylaw, planning approvals, building, all of the building permits in the municipality, and bylaw enforcement. So we all work very closely together, as well as with the other departments within the corporation to complete our work. So in terms of COVID-19 this year, as with everybody, our services were impacted. So we had all of our staff working remotely. Some of the challenges with that related back to our software. As the treasurer mentioned, upgrading software is something that there's additional costs to this year. At this point, the building software is not accessible, or it's accessible remotely. It's very slow, which impacted some of our service delivery. We were also working with reduced staff. So the building inspector, Ken, was off from, he was already laid off at the beginning of the pandemic. So he was off from February, and I believe that we brought him back in late August, beginning of September, as we saw building permits pick up. So the bylaw enforcement officer was also on reduced hours, as well as the building admin assistant. So we were working with reduced staffing complement through the course of the pandemic. Everybody's back to full time now. But again, I would anticipate that Ken will be, as usual, laid off come January, because he is a contract employee. And when our building permits are down, we don't keep the building official working. So there were restrictions on construction at one point where construction wasn't permitted to be occurring. So we did continue with permit review and issuance of permits, because under applicable law, we weren't able to not issue the permits. If people continued with construction, that was on them. The contractors shouldn't have been working. So my next point there is that we have seen a big increase in construction with no permits, which is impacting some staff resourcing right now, because we're finding a lot of things when the inspectors are just out doing regular inspections. There's a lot of new decks, building additions, accessory buildings that are popping up on properties. So in addition to that, we also had to implement safety controls for building and bylaw inspection. One of the things with building was that they weren't doing inspections in occupied space, given that they don't know about the residents of the building. It's been occupied. There could be potential for COVID in that. So it's been mainly new construction inspection that's been occurring. If there are some situations where it does require inspection of an occupied dwelling, we've been making arrangements with the residents that the building's vacated at the time that they go through, or they go through with the owner, but the owner keeps at a distance. And as with planning services, we've moved a lot of our stuff to online. So we're still doing our development review team meetings, but we're doing them online. We are not doing drop-ins right now, but we're continuing to meet with people online or in person, but we're not encouraging people to drop in unscheduled. So in terms of our priorities for 2021, looking at bylaw enforcement, we're looking at ways to do enforcement better. What we're looking at right now is bringing forward an administrative monetary penalty bylaw. So right now, under a lot of our bylaws, we have to lay charges, which means going to court, which costs money. A monetary penalty bylaw would allow us to issue fines. So hopefully the fines themselves would be enough of a deterrent to hopefully gain compliance. If we don't gain compliance through a fine, we can still proceed under traditional enforcement measures, but it gives us an option to try to achieve that compliance up front. So we're not incurring some of those additional costs of going to court and following up with enforcement through that way. To go with that, we're looking at updates to a lot of our other bylaws. So that means the property standards bylaw needs to be updated, safe properties, large animal impound, dog bylaw, all of the associated bylaws that we enforce need to be updated to work with that bylaw. In terms of building, we're looking at reviewing our services, updating the website with more information for people. And we do have a number of ongoing prosecution files that we're still pursuing that we're hoping to reach a conclusion with this year. For planning, we're looking at updating the site plan control bylaw, and we've also got the community improvement plans that we're hoping to focus on this year. And there's always things that we need updated. So we're looking at subdivision design standards, site plan control guidelines. We're looking at a number of associated education documents to help people in the planning process and understand things better. So the next slide is just community improvement plans. This was on our work plan for last year, but we didn't get to it. What's really important to advance community improvement planning is meaningful community engagement. So we are impacted in terms of the amount of outreach and engagement we are able to do right now. So we need to make sure that when we do move this ahead, we can make sure that we engage with all of the people in the different areas and across the township in a meaningful way to understand what areas of improvement they see as necessary in the township. In terms of the 2021 operating budget for bylaw enforcement, the 2020 budget approved a part-time bylaw enforcement officer. We have removed that from this budget, so it's not included. Of note, we've also removed students from the planning budget and the heritage budget, so there is no summer student included in any of those salaries. And again, with the monetary penalty bylaw that we're looking at, hopefully we can increase some revenue generation. We're looking at ways to get dog tags out there more so that we can increase some revenue generation around that to help offset the cost of bylaw enforcement around dogs. So one of the things we're really going to be looking at this year is where can we generate more revenue to help offset the cost of delivering the service. And then the next slide, building and planning. I know I've been providing regular updates to council in terms of where we're at building permit wise this year. Number of permits issued, we're on par. We're seeing a later building season this year because of the delays that occurred due to the pandemic. But what we're seeing is lower cost construction. So even though we're at the same number of permits, our revenue is less because the nature of the permits that are issued is different. So we're not budgeting as much revenue coming in next year because we're anticipating that that's going to continue. So in terms of revenue projections in the budget for 2021, across the board, building and planning, we've generated, we've projected conservatively because we don't anticipate that we're going to see some of those big projects going forward that may have gone forward under normal circumstances. And that's my whole presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you, as far as economic development, that's a different
We
part
can
of-
do that separately if you want, or I can.
Why don't you just go on with that part and then
Okay.
we can, unless any, oh, sorry, I apologize, Deputy Mayor. I'll let you ask the question and then we can move on.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We had talked at one time about providing more communication with our customers through material sellers, like say home hardwares, and putting up some signage saying if you're doing this, you need a permit.
Yep.
Or when people go in to buy their materials, so they know if their contractor steered them astray, then they know.
Well, that's some of the things. So through you, Your Worship, some of the stuff that we've been looking at, we have built an emailing list of contractors and developers that we see coming through the department. So we're looking at doing more outreach in terms of if you're building a shed, this is what you need. If you're building a pool, this is what you need. So we need to look at that education, like you said, and get that information out there more so. Well, and yes, we need to get that out there as well. I will point out that we've had a lot of land acquired from some Amish individuals recently, and we had a meeting with them recently, and we involved building and sat down and said, if you are going to manufacture sheds, this is the standard they need to be manufactured to and sold to, and we will be working with them to ensure that the product that they sell in our township is compliant with building code.
Well, that seems like putting the actual cart after the horse rather than prior to. So I appreciate that forward thinking, and it is nice to see another business potentially. I know that they have been acquiring some significant land both in our township and the front of Young. And I know that one of the roads that goes directly through their property is one of the roads in question that's going to need some attention. I believe that the director has indicated. So it will be interesting to see how they build their community and how they weave themselves into the fabric, which is already here. So thank you for taking that extra effort. Any further questions? Go ahead, Mr. Jameson.
The strategic plan, the community improvement plans, and then the discussion about economic development that's coming. These are a bunch of moving parts, and I don't see them standing alone. I'm assuming, and of course the AMP comes in here somewhere. So I guess what I'm looking for is some coalescence around a strategy to implement all these things practically simultaneously in terms of projects. And it's not really a question as much as I think we have a potential to have confusion if we don't decide what comes first, like who's on first. And I just wonder what, if I may, through your worship, ask the director how you see staging this so that we get to these various things in the right way.
That's a really good question, through your worship. We need to look at that as senior management and look through some of that. Clearly, council's strategic priorities need to inform the work that we do. So, and that's around both broadband, community improvement plans, where council sees things going in terms of broadband, housing, what initiatives we're pushing, and how we're framing the studies that we do to address those strategic priorities. So while I've got community improvement plans in the works or that I need to initiate, it doesn't mean that I can't be out meeting with the community, trying to find out what their needs and their desires and their hopes are for their communities. But ultimately, when we bring a plan forward with recommendations, it would be great for council to have that strategic plan in place so that I can make sure that what I'm bringing forward aligns with the goals and objectives of the strategic plan as determined by council. Some of the things that I'm looking at in terms of my work plans, they have to align with the official plan, which is an approved document. So there's a hierarchy of policy that we have to look at when bringing these things forward. And that's something that we need to do as a senior management group and looking at all of those to make sure that everything fits together ultimately in the end.
I'll let Kate add something there, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Jameson.
Thanks, through your worship. Just to add to what Director of Planning said, the other thing with the asset management plan is really the asset management plan will tie into the strategic plan in terms of what service levels council's direction is. So the strategic plan being obviously the highest level overarching plan of what the strategic priorities that council wishes, those should fall down then through to levels of service. So again, how many parks do we want? So it won't necessarily tell us exactly how many parks we want, but it will start to form the direction in terms of what are the priorities for the levels of service. And then we actually build the asset management plans up to meet what the level of service is. So if we know what level of parks or docks or whatever the asset is, if we know what that level is that council wants, what service that they want provided, because everything we do here is pretty much based on assets, whether it's a facility or a road or a park or a pier, it's based on those assets, how we manage them and how we make sure they're in the condition and that we can to provide that service that councils provide that direction through. So the strategic plan for the asset management planning anyway is really the ultimate high level document that provides that direction for us to then work from to, and then it builds down through layers of strategy and policy, which all should come back through for council approval.
So I appreciate that both explanations, your worship. I'm always looking at these things based on, is it a bubble up process where the community speaks first to get to what the strategic priorities should be, or the danger of it being top down is somebody somewhere says, well, wait a minute, you didn't ask me. So it's going to be more of a, I believe, more of a nuts and bolts process over the next couple of years. And I just hope we keep in mind that you know, the bathrooms open through the winter may seem like a small point, but from an economic development standpoint, it's a big point with some people. And sometimes they get lost in this sort of grand vision that sometimes councils get into. Not us, of course, because we're very practical. The only other question I had with respect to bylaw is that we have had some discussion about trying to get our bylaws into this century with respect to property standards and parking and all that kind of thing. And obviously, you preface every remark by saying, but because of COVID, we had to delay things. And that's a given. But is it still in one's mind to look within the next 2 years to get things like being able to add a parking ticket and those sorts of things that I think are necessary to get some things under control around here? Thank you.
Through your worship, so the administrative monetary penalty bylaw that we're looking at bringing forward early in the new year will include an updated parking bylaw, which would then allow for the issuance of tickets in accordance with that bylaw. So the other nice thing about an administrative monetary penalty bylaw is it's a township bylaw, which means that any of the revenues through any ticket issuance is coming to the township and not to any other body.
Does that mean that it's not tied to one's license?
The nice thing about the administrative monetary penalty bylaw is that under the Municipal Act, if somebody doesn't pay their ticket that's issued by the township, it then goes on their driver's license, and they're not able to renew their driver's license until their fines are settled with the township.
Any further questions in regards to, before we get into economic development, so that's pertaining to building and planning? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our director, can you expand a little bit? It's noticeable what you've been doing with property standards around the township, some of the more derelict ones. Are you allowed to expand upon where that stands and where it's going?
Through your worship, I can expand in general. We've been very proactive in terms of moving ahead. As we've acknowledged before, it's not a fast process to enforce on somebody's property. We always try to work with them to obtain voluntary compliance up front. There's a process in getting there. If we don't get there and there's a public health and safety issue, or depending on what the issue is, then we have done cleanups this year. We've moved ahead with property cleanups, which then result in the fees going on the tax roll for the property for the township to recoup the cost of the cleanup. So in the past, it's been more complaint driven. A lot of it relied on council complaints being brought forward. So we've been doing our best to be proactive. If we see a property that's visibly in a state of needs some enforcement, I guess, we've been following up with those landowners, knocking on the doors. We're not waiting for complaints necessarily. That being said, we've got a bylaw enforcement staff of 1. So we are limited in terms of what we are able to do. There are also some situations where health and safety of staff and the concern about what may be occurring on a property is an issue, and we need to work with the OPP. There's also situations where there may be mental health concerns and those types of things where we need to work with other agencies. So we're building those relationships, making sure that we have the right resources available, and figuring out how we approach enforcement going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so in light of time, hopefully we can get through the economic development piece here shortly and then move on to lunch and then come back for capital. Go ahead, Madam Planner. Oh, sorry.
Okay. This will be a record. Through your worship. So in terms of economic development, the Director of Community Business Services and I are the 2 staff that are working on that. Primarily, however, I would note that we also have McKenna Modler. I said that.
Yeah, you said that right.
Working with us. She is now working as the Red Grant Administrator between us and Gananoque. So where she was previously a co-op student and then was on contract to the township, she's being spread a little more thin right now in terms of administering that grant, but she's working on that in terms of the Main Street, digital Main Street. So in terms of the COVID-19 impact on services, to come back to what's happened in 2020, staff were reallocated to do a lot of communications around the pandemic in terms of the media releases, communication to the community, setting up a web page. We were involved in working with the local chambers and the county and the St. Lawrence corridor in terms of business outreach. We worked and provided signage to small and micro businesses, as the Director of Community and Business Services mentioned earlier. So the Main Street program has been initiated to try to assist businesses through the impacts that some of them have incurred due to COVID. McKenna has been great in terms of doing this. She's been doing a lot of direct outreach to the businesses and assisting them. Through the pandemic, while we were shut down, the EDC meetings were canceled. So we have resumed having meetings with the EDC. I'd note that the EDC has also formed a number of working groups lately in terms of looking at the membership with the corridor, as well as looking at their strategic areas of focus. And since they've identified their strategic areas of focus, they've formed 2 additional working groups to look at how to measure success through economic development and look at what other municipalities are doing in terms of their focuses, strategic areas, and how they're implementing their plans. So in terms of the 2021 priorities, we will continue to work with the EDC and work to look at having staff work align with the priorities of the EDC. Their priorities are identified here in terms of supporting existing businesses. So secure the core, expand the core and grow local businesses, and then look at how we attract new businesses and build on opportunities in the township. Council received a report recently about reviewing the membership in the St. Lawrence corridor. The EDC is continuing to work on that, and we will continue to work with them on that to be able to bring a recommendation forward to council within the next year in terms of where that membership is going to go. So the 2021 budget includes that membership fee, which is just over $38,000 because we're required to. But based on the direction of council, notice has been provided to the St. Lawrence Economic Development Corridor to say that we've given you 1 year's notice, but we will continue to work with you to try to renegotiate the terms of the agreement. So that'll be brought forward this year. And ongoing small local business support will continue to occur through the Red Grant projects, which we've received funding for the pop-up farmers markets. There's the Digital Main Street program. We'll continue to work with the Chambers of Commerce to see what opportunities may be available to further assist in supporting small businesses, as well as continue to work with the county. And so in terms of staff focus this year, the Director of Community and Business Services has already mentioned sports tourism as being a significant focus in terms of looking at a business plan for that. And with respect to the broadband study, work is continuing on that. So actually tomorrow the RFP closes for the business plan for the broadband study. We are looking at submitting phase 2 grant application for the ICON funding, as well. The universal broadband funding has been announced, and the deadline for submission for that is February 15th. So work is continuing to move ahead on that front as well.
Thank you very much. Questions for the presenter or for the other director who's also involved with economic development? Go ahead, Councillor Jameson.
Through you, your worship, the look at the corridor investment, what's the window on that with respect to, one, determining where it needs to go, and 2, when our renewal or non-renewal date is on that?
I believe I could probably answer that. So we've given notice, but we can, I believe we have until the end of, I think we have till the end of January to make that known that we're not going back in. Our director, is it the end of January?
We've already said we have given 1 year's notice in a
Correct.
consistent with the agreement.
Sorry.
We've said that we are terminating our membership. Here is our 1 year notice.
Right.
However, we're happy to continue to work with you to address these things during this time to see if we can arrive at a new contract that we're prepared to recommend to council.
So
we'll be back to council one way or another.
So basically the terms are being renegotiated right now at the corridor as a whole, for the whole corridor, not just on behalf of us, because our representative has basically went in and identified a number of needs, that a number of holes in the agreement, if you will. So it's being renegotiated as a whole. And honestly, I think it's not changing necessarily the direction of what they want, but to put more measurable details in there so that people actually know what the expectation is going in, and what they can expect coming out. It's very difficult in economic development to do that, more so, but having some of Mr. Passey's history with Procter and Gamble, he's been very instrumental in creating a much more tight process internally. So we will be asked, I believe, probably by midsummer. I was thinking whether or not we're going to be back in for the following year. So we'll have to make a decision here at council whether we're back in or not. But as of right now, we have to pay for this year, but we aren't committed for the following year. Okay. Questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much to everyone, and Polky Dinah 10 minutes late than the actual time frame. So thank you everyone for keeping it brief. We will break for recess for lunch, and then we'll be back here at the table at 1:15. So we'll have to eat and run, but we'll try to get you out of here at a reasonable time after we go through capital. Thank you. Everybody got their pencils ready. It's like being back in school. So we are going to move forward with the second half of budget, which is capital. So this would be as far as in your budget binder. Capital budget is page 48, and the slides are just coming up on the screen here, and our treasurer will walk us through that, and then we will do the same. We will entertain questions and have further discussion that way. Go ahead.
Thanks, through your worship. So I'm going to go through the capital budget, but before I actually start kind of going through the detailed slides, I just wanted to make a couple comments based on some discussion earlier. When we look at the capital project listing, it might be almost confusing that we try to break it down by department. So kind of to a couple questions that were raised earlier. When it comes to the budget, what might be more helpful when we could talk about senior management for next year is who's actually ultimately responsible for managing the project. So if you go forward one slide, Kim, it's pretty, fire's the first slide. That's pretty straightforward because it's pretty black and white. Typically what's coming out of the fire reserve fund is what the fire department decides they need, and those are the items. But with some of the other projects, even corporate services, for example, includes work on this building. Steve and I aren't going to be the ones managing that project, even though it falls under corporate services because it's looked at as a corporate asset. So the staff person ultimately responsible for that project is likely going to be the director of operations or somebody that he kind of delegates to do that work. So in terms of managing these projects, the department isn't necessarily who's managing it. And a lot of times when I'm looking at then the funding source, like we talked about when we looked at the reserve fund policy, that's not always black and white either. So the reserve fund policy is in the back of the budget binder, partly because of this. When we talk about Ivy Lee Pier, if we look at that as an asset strictly from an accounting reporting perspective at year end, I have to do a financial information return. Actually, in the past, the auditors did them a lot here, but it'll be moving towards staff. I have to file, as part of that return, all the assets get broken down by department. And I looked up docks and harbors, and they do fall under like a recreation asset. Now, that doesn't mean that we have to follow that thinking when it comes to funding sources. If we see that pier is actually more of an extension of our roads network because it's a point of entry for all the residents that live on the water, and council decides that they would rather fund that from the capital infrastructure reserve fund, that's totally up to council's authority to do that. All those capital reserve funds are discretionary. The reserve fund policy, as we talked about when we brought that forward, it's a double-edged sword. Either we make it really, really black and white specific what we want to fund from each of those reserve funds, but that can sometimes cause problems too if the project doesn't fall into one of those buckets exactly, or we leave it a little bit vague. But then it does leave room for interpretation, and staff has brought this forward. I've put the reserve funds under the funding source, but they can easily be adjusted at council's wish. So just it is a bit confusing. We do break it down by department, but again, maybe there's a better way to lay that out for next year that makes more sense because it's not necessarily the department. Fire, again, straightforward, but the other ones sometimes not so straightforward who's actually managing the project. And then from an accounting reporting perspective, it actually may fall in different buckets just depending on the FIR. But that again doesn't mean we can't fund it or present it in however makes sense for council to understand. Does anybody have any questions on that?
No questions? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Foding.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just a comment. Whoever's ingenious idea it was to involve a serial number and reference number to the fire truck, that's a great idea. I'm thinking more so for 4 or 6 or 8 years down the road for a previous or a council to come. You know, they'll sit here someday, well, you know, what was that cost for? This is a great idea to actually identify specifically which vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. So through your worship, we will be able to actually identify a lot better going forward too with the asset management plan. Everything will have an asset ID. And then within the citywide software that we're implementing, we've already tried to make sure all the VIN numbers for every vehicle is attached. And like we're trying to gather all that detail so it makes it a lot easier to track. So these are the fire capital items for this year. And I think they're explained in the binder. if there's no specific questions, I'll just kind of flip through these slides and then we can come back and talk about any of those capital projects that anybody wants to have questions on, and I may have to defer to the applicable department head. The next one I think is corporate services. And so again, the IT capital items are items I'm putting forward basically to do some work in the fire halls to try to improve some of the connectivity issues we're having there. The $6,000 laptop computer IT equipment is basically just a placeholder. What we want to start doing is start replacing, well, if for any laptop or computer that fails, we have a bit of budget to replace it. In the past, I think we've put these costs through operating. I would like to capitalize all these costs so we can keep track of them better. They do have a short useful life. Computers and laptops don't last that long, but this way we actually have an inventory of those assets when they should come up for replacement. And I'd like to get us on a cycle where we're replacing them every 4 or 5 years, and not, I think what we've done, we had to do is we had to replace all of them in 1 year. I'd like to stagger it. So we're doing, a quarter of the replacements every year. The municipal building work, sorry, Kim, the municipal building work, I think Director Goodman talked about a little bit about earlier, and I think that there's some more work we need to do to scope that work out. And then the operations budget is the majority of the budget. And this year, there's basically, again, a placeholder amount of $750,000 in the operations budget, which will be further defined by the Director of Operations once the roads need study work is done. So that really right there is just a ballpark figure that we've put in there for further refinement as we understand what exactly we're going to be doing in terms of which roads that need work for 2021. So I think that the plan for that is we'll be back to council with that updated study, I think February, March at the latest. And that we'll have some better information to provide to council at that time. And that will help form what the actual roads will be done, what work will be required for 2021. And then again, so this is called recreation, but again, not necessarily to say that that director will be the one managing these projects. So those are the 3 projects we have identified in that area. Do you have any questions at all about any of the capital projects at this point? So just to talk a little bit about financing, I mean, I mentioned earlier, we don't actually have any much debt right now. We only have 1 loan that I think we borrowed in 2010. So reserve funds have been really the key source of funding that we've been using as a township. There are a lot of benefits to using reserve funds, which are listed on the slide. So again, I think the goal should be, or hopefully is to maintain those reserve fund levels at a level that helps us pay for as much of the capital as we can afford to pay for on an ongoing basis, with the idea that we don't want to jack up the tax rate significantly high in 1 year. The reserve funds will help smooth out those capital requirements. So in 1 year, if we have a much larger capital requirement than in other years, that we've planned the reserve fund or other funding sources out so that in 1 year, we don't have to increase tax rates by like 10% just to meet that capital project. Those are the types of years where we want to plan out, likely look at borrowing, especially if interest rates remain low. The money that we will require to pay back the loans will flow through operating. They will affect the tax levy. But it's I think a matter of trying to strategically finance projects in a way that helps smooth the tax rate over the long term. And so that's looking, not just next couple of years, but hopefully looking at 5, 10, 15 years to make sure that we can identify the right funding sources. So the tax levy doesn't have to have huge dips and increases, but that we can plan with reserve funds and debt. And of course, we'd always try to find any other grants or revenue sources we can, especially for significant capital projects. So the discretionary reserve funds over time, the 2020, 2021 numbers are projected, but as you can see, trying to keep those fairly consistent. We have deferred a lot of capital work. I think hopefully by the time we get to budget next year, the Director of Operations and I will have a much better handle on the asset management program, and we will be able to come forward with a more comprehensive idea of what the capital asset requirements will look like over the next 5 to 10 years. For now, what we're trying to do is really provide a pretty conservative capital budget so we can try to maintain the reserve funds about where they have been the last year or two. and trying to make sure that we are conservative with what we're spending, because we have had to draw back on what we can transfer into those reserve funds because of the loss in casino revenue. And that's really all I had on the capital budget, which is not a whole lot. But I mean, again, if anybody has questions, we're happy to go back and discuss any of those capital items further with the whatever department head.
Councillor Olkey and then Councillor Gorell, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my mother's Scottish ancestors are screaming here. There are large sums of money in these reserve funds. Where are they actually sitting? And is there any interest from them that comes back to us? Thank you.
Through Your Worship, right now they're sitting in our basically in our bank account, and we have, I believe, a small portion invested in a GIC. Unfortunately, that's an area I haven't personally had time to really look at yet, but it might be an area, again, depending when we know too how long those funds are going to sit there, if we have an idea of when we're actually going to need them, where we could do some better short-term investing to create some more revenue.
Thank you. I'm just glad to hear they're not in a large sock under somebody's bed someplace. Thank you.
I recognize Councillor Gorell and then Deputy Mayor. Oh, you okay? Good, Deputy Mayor, you go ahead. He's conceding.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Your Worship, the loan that you spoke about, that's under operating, and that's for the fire training.
Through Your Worship, so it's split between this building and then, yeah, the property where the fire training center is, whatever work was done there.
Follow up? What was the loan portion of this building?
Through Your Worship, so I believe the loan was about 1.1 mil. No, is that right? I had.
This building was paid for.
Well, so I'd have to go back and do some research then, because right now, from what I can see in the records, there's a portion being charged, which my understanding from what I've seen is based on this building, and then the rest was based on fire training center, that complex there.
Because this building came in under budget, well under budget. Fire training facility was the only one that I knew of that there was a grant application that fell through due to the engineering company. So I would like to have clarification on that.
Okay.
Councillor Gorell.
Thank you, and through you, Worship. This is really, to me, the most critical page that we're going to look at today, because the budget was well presented and well given. It's a kind of an emergency budget, really. Page 55 that we've just been touching on, debt and so on. And in looking at the discretionary reserves, one looks from the previous administration, 2014 to 2018, the discretionary reserves went from 6.2 million odd to 4.8 million. If one looked at what capital improvements were made, would one come short of that distance? Meaning, was a substantial portion, is it reasonable to assume a substantial portion of that decline in our discretionary reserves was used to fund operations? Is that a reasonable assumption?
Through Your Worship, so I'd have to go back and just verify for sure. There have been
I'm sorry, Kate, that is not, I didn't mean to have like a trap question. It's nothing like that. It's just in general terms, it strikes me as a very interesting decline year over year. And when I looked at in last year's budget booklet, and I can drag it out here, you included the tax rate increase over 10 years from last year. And when I looked, 2014, so that would be the budget, the last budget of that group, it was a 10% increase. The following budgets and this is now the previous administration, every year they even had some negatives in there. And it strikes me that, and I don't want to be rambling here, but if we are in such a deficit position on our infrastructure, and where capital money, i.e. the capital discretionary reserve funds, are supposed to be going in that direction. I find it, and I know that the water tower, I think that would fall under water, which looks after itself. So in discretionary, it strikes me that someone has been pushing money into reducing taxes. And I'm saying this because this budget is very tight and very conservative, your words. And it looks to me like, if I was honest with the public, we are going to be seeing some tax increases because we need to get on our infrastructure program. And we're only going to do that by increasing those discretionary reserve funds at a time when we are losing our casino millions. So I think it was happy times there from 2014 to 2018 regarding our tax levy. And my guess would be that for the next several years, we are going to be seeing some tax increases. And that is going to be the hard truth of this. And I would like real transparency to our public out there looking at, this is a very good budget. I see nothing wrong with this. I'm on record. There's not a thing I will change in here. But it's only a beginning. There's going to be an increase next year. There's going to be an increase the next year, because what I'm seeing are discretionary funds are funding our infrastructure, which we know is way behind. And I know I rambled a bit there, but it is a message I want to make really clear that, again, support this budget 100%. And I just want to understand that next year, we're going to be looking at another increase. I don't see how we could not. That's my, thank you very much.
I think the point was made in his comments, and I think just to support what you were saying, I'm definitely fiscally, it's important to be fiscally responsible, but one of the points that I made in my earlier comments was that last year was a difficult budget because we had a significant increase. And I know that it was difficult to get everybody on the same page at the beginning of that. I'm very grateful we did the hard work then and the heavy slugging, because this year, had we not done that, the compounding effect of what's happening this year because of COVID, which that's part of it. But we have been consistently dependent on that casino amount that comes in every year. So if we're going to kick that habit and be more self-sufficient, then we have to be very prudent. And just to reiterate what Councillor Gorell said, this is a good budget and is very lean. And we appreciate all the efforts for every department that have brought their cost savings, their cost cutting, which I know has been difficult in the light of COVID-19. So I'll have Councillor Gorell follow up, and then Councillor Jameson.
Just like to say I agree with Councillor Gorell with respect to his vision on this outcome, and I support the budget as well. I also, because it's, the recurring theme, the asset management plan and that process moves us from the reactive to the proactive, so that as we know that there's going to be some hits going forward as a result of losing the casino and a lot of other inefficiencies that we can obviously track with the graphs and everything else. But the asset management program planning process will allow us to prioritize, so that discretionary spending, discretionary reserves are not discretionary. They're probably going to be locked into exactly what needs to be done with this culvert and that drain and this bridge and that road, as opposed to let's build a spa in Sealy's Bay. I mean, those days are long gone. So I appreciate your comments, Councillor Gorell, and I really appreciate this budget process, and thank you very much.
Further discussion. Councillor Gorell, sorry, you had follow-up, and then Deputy Mayor.
I did. And sorry, I meant to bring this up again, back to page 55. Okay, and you mentioned it briefly, and I think it is worth bringing it up again. This consideration of debt, because we've been pretty fortunate. We are very uncertain times here. So this is really the first time that this council's talked about debt. We have, in our years here, it's never been consideration. It's more, what are we going to do with the reserve funds? How are we going to handle them? You've brought in shining light to us, and I think that that discussion is worth noting. So if I got this right from what you said, it was because interest rates are low, handling just like a household, the operating budget with modest increases can handle the debt servicing. And the benefit of that would be that if you're using it for proper capital expense, infrastructure, and so on, that the benefits that are accrued immediately outweigh the servicing debt. And if I have that right, because once again, we've never considered debt. So it may be time in the next few months, as I guess the asset management plan unfolds, if I've got that right, this is where that discussion may come up as we determine what is happening regarding 1.5 or $1.7 million that has not going to be happening for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have been in the position to consider debt for this municipality and did so. As far as, I mean, I think we've made some different decisions than we did in the past, as far as I think there was a couple $100,000 a year that was taken from, excuse me, reserves, because discretionary was discretionary. If you build a road or rebuild a road, is that a capital, or is that an operating? And I think at the time it was considered capital. So the reserves went into that, say, road, say Kai's Road, whatever it was. So I guess we can't do that now. So as Councillor Grell has indicated, we're going to have to raise our taxes because we don't have that money now to flip flop from capital to operating. It's really not discretionary. So we're going to have to draw that line in the sand.
I'll let the treasurer answer that.
Through your worship. So I think what's happened is in the past, the budget wasn't always clean in terms of what was sitting in operating versus what was sitting in capital. Previous treasurers, I believe, put things in operating or put them in capital when they weren't really capital. So they put some one-time costs. So they saw it as a one-time cost, so that they put in capital, even though at the end of the year, the auditors would take that out and then move it into operating. And so at what point it becomes fairly gray, right? So we have a policy over here, a reserve fund policy, saying that we are going to fund capital work from these reserve funds. Council's approved it in a capital budget, but when it comes to actual accounting standards at year end, the auditors then moving it to operating. So no, I'm not to say who's right or wrong. It's just, I think it's cleaner, more transparent. It's easier for council to follow if we try to make sure. In the past, like one of the things I know was big was landfill. So a lot of the work that was done at landfills was budgeted in capital, but it wasn't capital work. Like there was no capital asset that we were attaining at the end of that work. So it really should have been an operating, which then mean it impacted the tax levy though, right? So in some ways, putting it in capital might have been easier from a funding perspective, because then you didn't put that pressure that's going to increase your taxes that much in that year if it's a lot. But what we're trying to do, I guess, is just try to clean it up. Not to say, though, those discretionary reserve funds, and like there's that special project reserve fund, which does fund those one-time studies and so on that are in operating. I mean, in council, it's discretion to provide direction, whatever kind of reserve fund we see fit, and trying to smooth out some of those things. So $100,000 landfill study this year isn't actually increasing our taxes because we have that study reserve fund to pull from. So it helps smooth that out. I think when we're talking about debt, it's one of those strategies, even when you're looking at your personal finances, and the same with the township, it is fiscally prudent to consider debt, and probably next year's budget, we will come forward with an option to borrow depending on the amount of capital work required, because if interest rates are low, is it make sense to totally deplete the reserve funds and fund that year's capital, or do we start looking longer term and trying to be a bit more proactive? And maybe it makes sense that we pay for that capital construction work on a road over the life of the road, amortize the loan, and then it comes back through the debt servicing through the operating. But the taxpayers of the day that are using that road then are paying for that project that reconstructed it. I mean, there's lots of different ways to look at it for sure. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best way, but there are arguments to be made kind of on both sides.
Any further questions? Going once, going twice. So thank you very much. I think that was a pretty succinct and pretty direct capital work. I am interested to see what our new director of operations comes forward with as needs arise going forward. No pressure. And I do know that this is the approved budget, but that after, a few months of him being here, things could be brought forward to our attention that we might not have been aware of before. So I'm not preempting anything. I don't know anything, but I know that a second set of eyes, a new set of eyes often uncovers things. Case in point, our new treasurer that had a different perspective on how to put things together, which I think, speaking on my own behalf, I know that each budgeting cycle has gotten easier. I realize that as we sit around the table and we understand we're dealing with things on a more regular basis, it can become a bit easier, but it seems that these budget binders get clearer and clearer each time, which I appreciate as a member of this council. So Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I was going through this package here this past week or so, and I think Councillor Olkey had mentioned earlier that it was so enlightening that we read different sections more than once, and the clarity was there. My thought on this was that maybe the casino money not flowing into this township is in essence a good thing. It brought us back to reality. The same reality our neighboring municipalities never had in the first place. They never had that casino money. Previous councils, not to blame them, but they set their budgets based on the rainbow and fairy dust that kept flowing out of east side of Gananoque. And everybody was, like munchkins in Oz, where we've now hit reality. We're at stage one right now when it comes to a budget. And I think in the long term, this reawakening, if you will be better for us in the long run. We're going to have a different mindset from here on in.
Are there any further questions on the capital budget? Yeah, the only thing I was going to bring up, I was going to address the library thing, unless you wanted to ask a question first. Go ahead. I'll ask Councillor Gorell for his question and then I'll make a comment.
Through you, Your Worship, and again on, I guess, page 55, it does mention that the community grant reserve is sort of eliminated. And I also want to make clear that somewhere in the budget, I forgot where it is, it states that although that has occurred, council still has discretion as to pushing money that direction. Because the communities, if they just read that statement, it's pretty harsh that it was eliminated from the reserves. But again, in some other section of the budget, it says council still has the power or whatever, the discretion to push some money there. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
And just to add on to that comment, council has the discretion to do anything it wants at any given time. The sad part is that if we decided to all put another casino in the northern part of the township, we could do that or what have you. So it's a good underscoring that if things arise, whether it be future capital projects that were not costed for, but are in emergency situation where we need to, like if a bridge failed, God forbid, I think we do all of our road surveys on a regular basis every couple of years. But if something drastic was to happen, we have the ability to come back to this table and have further discussion. So thank you for that underscoring. So with that, just to further clarify a comment that was made during operations discussions for the operating budget, there was a question in regards to the reserve funds for the library and the lack of clarity around that. Because the 194,000 ballpark that had been given back, but the original amount was 412. And we, Councillor Olkey had brought up that there's 60 some thousand in a disaster reserve, if you will. But we actually on the books have a surplus, a reserve fund, which is over 200,000 for the library. And that includes their disaster. It includes an $80,000 reserve for technology. That was the other thing. So we're going to get further clarity around that from the board. This is in the audited financial statements that are coming forward. So we just provided the further clarification to the councillor who asked, but I wanted to have it noted on the record that those funds still exist and they're at the discretion of the board. But I think that we'll ask for further clarification from them as to what their intentions are for those reserves. Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Most of the, if you don't mind going back to operating,
Yep.
Most of the budget in the operating side of things is salaries and benefits. I've seen this particular building grown 3 times the size it was ever supposed to be as far as staff. I would like to bring forward a motion, if it would be the will of council, to have a study done regarding staffing, because we've grown exponentially. We have the same amount of staff or same amount of people who live here, constituents. We don't provide any more service than we did 10 years ago. But we've seemed to have created an empire that I don't think we can afford. So I wonder if we might look at that and find out why and where we need services, because I know we have great people. We have a new CAO, and I don't question it, but I am questioning it. We've got way too many people here.
So it's interesting that you bring this up, and it is the will. If you want to bring a notice of motion forward, that's entirely your prerogative. I asked the question when we were looking at the financial return. We went up in 2017, we had a total of 70 staff. 2016, we had a total of 75. 2017, we had a total of 75. 2018, we had a total of 70. And now we're down to 72, and we're up to 72 in 2019. And I think that you'll see that our numbers will come back down in 2020 because of the reductions that we made in our financial return. So I'm not trying to preempt your notice of motion, but the information was here in front of me because I was doing other research for the budget.
I don't doubt that, but if we go back, okay, when we built this building, we built it with 3 extra offices. So it wasn't like it was yesterday, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I've been here a long time. It's grown, and I get your numbers, but we've also got a couple of people who are off from Public Works that we do have to replace, which are going to bring those numbers back up.
I believe that we're stationary in numbers. I think we might have one additional contract hire that's coming in to cover. I'm speaking sort of maybe at a turn there, but I know that there was hiring done because we were anticipating some retirements. So we would be in the same, but I'll let the CAO speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, for the public works hiring, over the last 2 or 3 years, there have been 3 operator replacements that there have been vacancies that we haven't replaced. And that certainly has been felt on service levels. It also impacts on costs because where we had an in-house mechanic, now all that work has to be sent out to garages and they're expensive. Or we have to bring a mechanic in and again, it's expensive. We are planning some succession. We have 2 operators that, well, one is retiring at the end of December and another one is indicated that they're going sometime in 2021. So yes, we are hiring. We're also looking at in the waste sites we're having trouble getting coverage for all the waste sites. So we are having to backfill with operators instead of being out on the roads doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're at the dumps and that's expensive. So we are looking at hiring waste site attendants. We're calling them waste site attendant 2s, who are basically people that can deal with the public, point them in the right direction, collect tickets, answer questions, that sort of thing. And that's significantly less cost than what we are doing now if we can get people in to our dumps. So I take your point on this building and that we've grown into the space that we've had. One of the things I looked at when I started was where can we cut? It seemed like there were a lot of bodies and if you want to cut services, we can cut people. I will take that direction from council, but that's got to come from you. I've looked through the organization and I'm not seeing an awful lot of fat. I know there's some places where we can tighten up and we will, but overall, I think people are busy and I don't think it's just busy to look busy. I think it's legitimately they're doing jobs that need to be done and serving the public. Our township has gotten more complicated than it has been in 10 years. Or than it was in 10 years. The requirements, the legislative requirements that we have to meet have increased. It just becomes more and more regulatory. The regulatory environment gets more and more complex and we have to make sure that we're covering what we need to do to service the public, meet our legal requirements, and have a safe township. And we don't always succeed, as we saw in COVID. And I'm sorry that you're hearing because of COVID, but it's something that we deal with, every one of us and everybody that's in this township. We deal with it every day. This year we saw a reduction in service levels and we heard about it every day. And we were working on reduced staff, we were reduced service levels, and people don't want to go backwards. People want to go forwards. They want to make sure the public, the parks are nicely cut and the garbage is picked up and that the roads are safe and that we're out doing our job. I can send 3 people out on the roads if that's the will of the council instead of a staff of 11 or 12 people to maintain them. But things aren't going to be the level that people expect. And for the taxes that people pay, I think they have a right to a certain standard that we should meet.
I have do you have a follow-up, Deputy Mayor? Okay. Councillor Olkey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'd just like to support the statements of the CAO, having worked with him on some personnel issues. There's been a real close look taken at the staffing in this building. And some decisions have been made that weren't necessarily easy, so that I don't see any complacency in the CAO or the directorships that we have. I'd say too, in learning this job, I speak to many people, and I spoke to people in the countryside who remember the old townships and asked how they were governed when they didn't have casinos and stuff. And it was pretty slim, but the level of expectation was different. You know, we have a changing demographic here. We've got people aging in place, and we've got young people coming in from bigger centers. They expect more. and they don't want to come in and see an empty counter and wait for 15 minutes. You know, you can't do business without spending some money. You can't staff an organization without people. Thank you.
Councillor Jameson.
I think I hear what the deputy mayor is saying, because he brings that longer view. And I don't think it's not, it certainly is in our interest to understand how personnel arrive, what they do, and how they're deployed. I mean, we have no clue what goes on at the library. But here there's been a real effort to move in a different direction. So what I would suggest we do in terms of our strategic planning process is ensure that we have a component in there that is looking at the HR pressures that we have in the township. So having a strategic planning, and I referred to it earlier, and I think it's touched on here, much more nuts and bolts about how we're structured, how we work, and how we manage as a council and staff in the service of our residents. And in that context, I think the case can be made that the level of staff and the provision of service is pretty reasonable. They tie together pretty reasonably. But that's no reason not to take a hard look at things to make sure that our residents are comfortable, because, you know, you do get the perception versus reality. And let's make sure that we can make the case for support in that context. So it's a reasonable observation, a reasonable response, but somewhere in the middle is the data perhaps that we need in order to say, yeah, this is probably working pretty well. So I would suggest that be on our list of strategic planning initiatives.
Councillor Fody, did you put your hand up?
I did, Your Worship. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Lackey brings up a good point. Historically, he can relate back much further than the rest of us can, as far as council. I'll admit I'm older than yourself, but it goes without saying, we'd be irresponsible if we didn't direct staff through the CAO to really see if we're as lean as we need to be. And it brings up the discussion we've all had here, and maybe Councillor Jameson had just mentioned to it, that our service level now, a few years ago, did not require an asset management plan. It did not require our wish to go through with, a broadband study. These things weren't even on the horizon 5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Well, I guess the broadband was. But I mean, as people evolve and their expectations of, as you said, when they come to the counter, they want somebody there now. I think iPhones have developed that mentality with people. Regardless, I went a step further here in reading an article that was in a paper back a few months ago on North Grenville. Their municipality is twice as many residents as we do, and they operate their council with 5 members. Maybe rather than look around the staff, maybe we should look around the council table. I'm not saying it.
Not allowed to run out just yet, James.
Are we looking for volunteers? But you know, all of this on a budget like this, it's as lean. We need to lean it all the way through and leave no stone unturned. And a discussion of these magnitudes, if you will, are healthy in the long run. As I mentioned earlier about not having the casino money, I think in the long run we'll be better off for it. I want the casino back, by the way. I hope they open up tomorrow full tilt. But still, you're a better person for budgeting. You're a better council. You're a better staff. You're a better municipality if you operate it fully in transparency. Might I add, on some levels, this another 200,000 is not shocking, but disappointing nonetheless. But no, I support what Deputy Mayor Lackey says. Doesn't mean we're going to change anything, but we still need to see that as far as the public's perception, we need to be clear with them. We have this staff for a reason, and here's why they're here. Here's what they're doing. I get questioned, no different than the rest of council members. I get questioned frequently. I wouldn't use the term often, but the people that do bring up questions about staffing, the hair goes up in the back of my neck because they're so illiterate about what really takes place here. It's maddening. And I think it's just that. So perhaps through our newsletter and that, maybe we should throw out the odd piece of clarity in there of, we have staff, we don't have to name them. Whatever you do, don't give their phone numbers, for God's sake. But at least tell them, we require this many staff to operate this segment of our municipality. That's it. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, to reiterate, because all of our sorry, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, it has to be affordable for our taxpayers. So our wages are the hugest part of the operating budget, which comes directly. We don't get to use any capital money or reserves for operating. It comes directly from the taxpayer. So it has to be affordable for the people that live here. So we have to be responsible in our decisions and how we hire, because as we all know, once you hire, you can't fire. It costs too much. And that's part of it as well. So let's be cautious moving forward.
Thank you. Any further questions while the CAO is at the podium? We won't release him until I think we're good. Thank you very much. Okay, so I believe that concludes the discussions in regards to budgets at this point. I think the next item on the agenda is in regards to council meetings. The motion is moved by Councillor Fody, seconded by Councillor Jameson, that council approve a deviation from the approved schedule of meetings per section 2.07 of procedure bylaw number 15-015. Therefore, council approves the addition of a special meeting to be held on December 9th, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. and that council approves to amend the start time of 7 p.m. for the December 14th, 2020 council meeting. And just before we do discuss this motion, the reason we have backed the start time up on the December 14th is to use that time to present some awards. I believe the deputy chief had alluded to some of the things that are going to be happening here that evening. So we'll be expected to be here in the council chambers, but our actual council meeting won't start until 7 p.m. that evening. It's to hand out awards and recognize some of our people, I believe, on the 14th. Is that not correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. Sorry, so December 14th, we are expected to be here at what time?
There's 3 public meetings beginning at 5:30.
Mhm.
And then we'll have the recruit award ceremony and recognizing Wendy Merkley.
Right.
And then council will begin at 7 p.m.
So we've backed off our council meeting start time until 7. Okay. But the special meeting to be held on December the 9th, that is a special meeting for the community groups. And I believe there was a couple of other things on the agenda for that evening.
As I understand it, it was the community groups for peer for
Mhm.
that special meeting. But prior to that is an EDC meeting, I think is what you're
Correct.
thinking.
I knew there was a lot going on that evening. So there's EDC that evening prior to then the special meeting, which is to get a better handle on our community groups and what's going on in our hamlets so that we can have a better understanding going forward into 2021, what it might be a precursor to our community improvement plans, actually, before we go down that road. So is there any further discussion in regards to the deviation to the schedule? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. December 9th at 6:30 p.m. and December 14th, we start at 5:30 that day because of the public meetings, but council starts at 7. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify. All those opposed, and it carries. Next item on the agenda is moved by Councillor Fody, seconded by Councillor Jameson, that 3 readings and final passage be granted to bylaw number 20-067, bylaw number 20-068, bylaw number 20-069, and bylaw number 20-071, and that 3 readings and final passage be granted to bylaw number 20-070, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Corporation of the Township of Leeds and the Thousand Islands at its special meeting held on December 1st, 2020. Discussion on the motion or any of the bylaws that we're approving here? I think it was fairly straightforward. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And it carries. And the last thing on the agenda is adjournment. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, if there was an other business. So before we adjourn the meeting, Councillor Jameson?
Just, I need reminding as to what the next step is with respect to the budget process.
Treasurer, how would you like to proceed with this?
Through your worship. So I think if there's no specific direction coming into this meeting, then I will be coming to committee of the whole with my budget report, which will basically high level have these numbers in it for council approval or discussion at that meeting.
The only information that we may not have at that time is county, so it may need to be deferred until the January meeting, but hopefully we'll get an indication prior to the meeting, but we can't really hold our breath much longer because our agenda will be going out Thursday. So, but that can be, we can table that. We can have it come to the council in December and table it until the January meeting until we get that information. And Councillor Jameson?
Well, in context of the county, that makes complete sense, but it's an old saw here. I think we need to, I would like to see the opportunity to revisit the library budget. I mean, I don't understand why there's groundskeeping needs to be done in the Sealy's Bay Library. And there's a bunch of things in there that just jumping out at me, even though I'm a member of the board, I don't really recognize all the figures I'm looking at. I don't know what Councillor Oakey thinks and just.
Go ahead, Councillor Oakey.
I agree with Councillor Jameson. It's like pulling teeth to get some information from the CEO there. And I still feel there's obfuscation in that budget. Thank you.
So perhaps when we have the motion come to council next Monday night, it's something that we can do the same thing that we did last year where we approve everything else except that part of the budget. And until we get further clarity, then we don't approve it. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I don't think we should approve the budget during a committee of the whole. I think it should be done at council.
I think the only reason we would have the initial discussion, I realize that we feel like we've had the initial discussion, but we need to have something come to committee of the whole because the public has the opportunity to question it then there too.
I'm sorry, definitely that, but I don't think we should make the decision.
Oh, no,
that night.
no.
It should be done on a council meeting.
Absolutely. Councillor Gorell?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, previous years, we haven't come close to approving a budget in December. What exactly are the ramifications of leaving that till January? I am concerned about county. Again, budget as presented, I personally no problems with. So what is the leaving that till January? Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Through your worship. So the other unknown right now is the assessment. So I've given the best estimate also, but that will, I think we get the roll, we'll be here actually in December. So we'd actually have the exact tax roll numbers, but I don't expect that will change much this year given the fact there's no quarterly phase in. I mean, in terms of whether it's approved December or January, other than we may have better information from the county, the only other thing that does is sometimes we'll delay the start of procurement processes for capital. But in terms of operating, typically, I mean, we continue business as normal, and unless there was something severely cut from the budget, typically it wouldn't affect operations in the first month or so of the new year.
Yeah, follow up. So Kate, the idea of procurement, That did come up last year, but I think we were into March in this process by then. And I remember the Director of Operations was quite concerned that if we didn't get at it, we lose out on top-notch people and situations. But we're quite early this year. But would that still have an influence on
We
procurement?
were early last year too.
Pardon me?
We had it approved in January of last year. It was the first year. We took quite a while
Was
to
it
get
last
through.
year?
It was last year we were quick because he was able to get tenders out and we were able to award tenders quite early because of our swift action on that way.
So just to be clear, leaving it to January
Won't be the end of the
is
world.
okay.
Well, yes, so through you, your worship, one, we're still waiting for the roads need study to define those roads, so that's not really ready to go yet. Anyway, the other thing I can do is just check with senior management. Sometimes what I'm able to do is bring forward even to committee of the whole next week and say, can we get pre-budget approval for a specific project if any of the senior management are worried about a particular project, and if council's comfortable with approving that specific or those specific projects, we could do that.
So Deputy Mayor has something to add?
Would it be prudent to split the budget into operating and capital, and we could approve capital, and operating separate? That way, if you had capital projects, you could get going if everybody was in agreement. And if, there was any issues, we could do it.
We can leave that to the senior management team to bring that forward for the appropriate how you want to structure it from a procedure point of view.
Get through your worship. So I think the only risk with doing that is just if council were to choose in the operating budget to make significant changes to the transfers to the reserve funds, then the reserve fund models that model it, where the capital money is coming from could be impacted. So if council believes that they're not going to significantly reduce the transfers that are going to then fund the capital, that's the only area of risk. The rest of the operating could be separated from the capital basically without.
Good suggestions, just the same. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to Roma and OGRA coming up, I assume they will be virtual this year. There's no convention per se. So can we do something similar to what we did with LNG EDC? We can kind of
That's a good question.
gather and watch, I guess is the way up.
So just for everyone's context, the Economic Development Summit that they usually have for the counties, they had virtually, and there was myself, Terry, Director Goodman and Director Venditti, as well as the CAO, gathered socially distant up in the fire hall and watched the summit together, which allowed us to actually bounce ideas and have further discussion about what it was they were bringing forward. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. The only thing I want to say that the cost to attend virtually now, so the cost to attend virtually is, I think, $450 per person. So if we had separate logins, so I don't know how that would work, but maybe we could entertain some options, and we'll talk to the clerk, because I know that we had cut budgets back for registrations and those sorts of things. So, but we'll let the council know what we might be able to do collectively. Go ahead.
If I can just also caution council, if more than 4 of you plan on attending, that could be construed as quorum in a meeting. So
if we have the ability to gather, we just have to be careful about the number of people that we have gathering. So, but Roma's coming up, OGRA is coming up. AMO won't be until the summer. They did hold AMO in August. I attended virtually. And I must say it is difficult to attend a full day full of Zoom meetings and speakers. And regardless of how engaging the speaker is, it's hard to focus for a significant period of time. But anyway, go ahead.
Just to follow up, Your Worship, some of my reasoning behind that is we have a new director of operations and relatively a new role for him, albeit not totally different from what he had in a previous administration. But now that he is our director of operations, perhaps making sure he's signed in for the OGRA is a prudent point. It'll help shed a little light on what might be coming his direction
Mhm.
that's not coming for ours.
Fair enough. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll put the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Olkey, seconded by Councillor Gorell, that the special meeting adjourn. All those in favor, please signify. All those opposed,